There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, honorable members, the first item on the order paper is questions addressed to ministers in cluster 3, governance. There are 4 supplementary questions for each question. Parties have given an indication of which question their members wish to pose a supplementary question on. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. This was done to facilitate the participation of members who are connecting to the sitting through the virtual platform. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, among others, has been applied. A member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the virtual platform is unable to do so due to technological difficulties. The party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. When all supplementary questions have been answered by the executive, we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. The first question, honorable members, which is question number 766, has been asked by the Honorable DR Direko to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Let me inform the House that all questions that are directed to this department will be responded to by the Deputy Minister Bapela. May I now recognize the Deputy Minister? Oh, no, yes, it is here. I'm sorry, I just didn't read further. Deputy Minister Bapela and Deputy Minister Nkadimeng will be responding to the questions asked to the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. I'm not sure who is starting. I will just recognize the Deputy Minister who is going to answer 766. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and good afternoon to honorable members. Controls have since been placed and put in place in 2021 and have significantly reduced the value of payments which were made to deceased participants. Starting from a high of 1.2 million in the financial year of 2021 financial year, we moved down after the measures to 245, and under current review, we have reduced to 75,000. And all verified payments which were made by implementing agents to deceased participants are recovered from the implementing agents. And secondly, to the question, there remain no challenges in this regard, and the Auditor General has confirmed such. Thank you.
Thank you. May I allow the Honorable Msimango to take the supplementary question on behalf of Honorable Direko.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Deputy Minister, thank you very much for your response. In our budget review and a recommendation report adopted in National Assembly on the 8th November 2022, we have outlined our serious concerns with ongoing state of affairs with regards to community works program. In acknowledging your reply, it only addresses one aspect of what we are asking. Could we be briefed on the interventions cooperative governance has undertaken to improve the project planning and project management of the contracted implementing agents, and what results have accrued from the exercise? Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I allow the Deputy Minister to proceed?
Thank you once more, House Chair. The department implemented the new CWP policy from the 1st of October 2021. It significantly, one, as I indicated, improved the control measures which were related to the overall management, procurement and expenditure, but it also plays the role of what implementing agents are supposed to do in future, but also address the root causes of the problems with regard to the rolling out of the program itself. And we have tested this and it has resulted, as you may know, we have moved from a disclaimer audit to a qualified audit with 3 matters of emphasis that the department is working on to deal with the challenges that remains in the opinions of the past. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Mkalipi.
Of Honorable Mkalipi, Chairperson.
You are allowed, Honorable Keza.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, 5 forensic investigations were commissioned since the community work program in 2012. We had a meeting with you, if you remember, around November 2020, and you told us that the issue of ghost workers started as early as the beginning of the CWP. You also told us that in 2012, reported irregular expenditure was 48 million out of the 1.2 billion spent. Today, the irregular expenditure recorded has now increased to hundreds of millions. It is starting to look like the minister and the senior manager in the department are going out of their way to protect these people who are stealing money that is supposed to create employment opportunities. Deputy Minister, is the minister benefiting from these irregular expenditures? Is she a trustee of these NGOs that continue to steal without any consequences? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will only respond to the follow-up, which has also been tested by the Auditor General, and I've gone through the outcomes. And I do guess, Honorable Chair, there are processes which could be utilized to prove whether the minister is a beneficiary or non-beneficiary. So I will not even enter into that debate. But I have indicated that in the financial year 2021, we were sitting at 1.2 million. And I've even categorically stated what the Auditor General in this current term has declared as the amount which has been paid to deceased participants as 75,000. So there is no increase. Yes, the problem has been a challenge which led to the review of the policy, and I am saying we're seeing benefits into the measures that have been introduced together to run the program with the implementing agents. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The next follow-up question will be from the Honorable Threng. Honorable Threng. He is online, yes. But is he muted? Honorable Thring, please unmute.
Thank you, House Chair. Let's just try and see if we can unmute him, otherwise I'll ask a follow-up.
Okay, can we proceed to Honorable Jafta and then we'll come back? If he's not there, we proceed. Honorable Jafta.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Deputy Minister, the Eastern Cape is leading in creating ghost poverty alleviation stricken services on projects which are meant to uplift poor people. Not only is this poverty spread through corruption, but also through lack of accountability at provincial and local levels. The symptoms of this lack of accountability socially dislocate our people and expose them to slavery in nearby cities. Given this bleak account, does the ministry have any plans in place in monitoring the work of provincial and local spheres on the implementation of their respective poverty alleviation programs? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable the Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair again, and thank you for the question. This is a holistic response which takes care of all the 9 provinces where the program of CWP is enrolled and is running. All the measures that have been implemented include the management in the Eastern Cape. And in this regard, the department is not allowing the money not to be recollected or the revenue to be regained if it has not been paid to in a deserving manner. As I had said, we then recoup the money, and as at the time we are sitting, we are at 75,000 on the money that has not been paid and utilized appropriately by the implementing agents. The program itself is meant to uplift and decrease poverty in our areas. Implementing agents are utilized for training and capacity development, and the department has put measures in terms of identifying and ensuring that needy people are the ones who are capacitated to benefit in this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we okay with Honorable Thring now? Honorable Thring, are you able to come in?
Honorable
Yes.
Chair, I think if I will pass on this question, Chair, and if you beg your indulgence, if I'm able to come in at a later stage. Thank you.
Unfortunately, on this question, you won't be able to come back.
Chair, may I?
Oh, you are, okay. Honorable Swart will take that question.
No, thank you.
That slot now.
Thank you, House Chair. And we really
Thank you,
appreciate
Chair.
the community work program provided 230,000 participants. It's very commendable. Whilst we appreciate the private sector is the main body, but this is decisive in fighting back in poverty and unemployment. And Deputy Minister, you gave an indication of the steps that have been taken. However, and you gave an indication of 75,000 that has been recouped. So one of the challenges is going back, there's a concept of prescription. So if it's not collected within a 3-year period, then one loses that. And then secondly, you also indicated ghost employees that are being traced. Do you believe that sufficient steps have been taken to remove those ghost employees and to recover, particularly that debt that might have prescribed, which might be a challenge to prescribe, but we do commend the initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair, and I appreciate the question, Honorable Member. I think, as I indicated, the idea of the new CWP policy, one is to improve the intake, update in terms of training of our community members who are risked, the criteria on how you select them, but also how do you run out training. Then there's an element which attached to it in terms of how do you pay and how do you manage the procurement and the accountability service. The 75,000 Honorable Chair, I may have to repeat clearly so that the House captured it. With regard to ghost payment, we had reduced from the financial year 2021, we came down with a payment of about 1.2 million. In the past 2 financial years, we are now at 75,000. And we are recouping all the money that has been paid through the implementing agency back into the department. And I think there is an assurance that the system is working by moving us from 1 million to around 75,000. But we are not saying 75,000 is not something that the department must pursue. Each and every cent of the state that has not been paid appropriate to a deserving individual must be paid back. And that's the assurance the system is trying to create. Thank you.
Thank you. We now proceed, honorable members, to question 768, asked by the Honorable Maneli, ST, to the Minister in the Presidency. May I inform the House that the Honorable Deputy Minister Siweya will be taking charge of the questions from this department. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair, and good afternoon to yourself and members in the House.
No, it's not her. It is, yeah, it
Yeah.
is IT. The screens are dark, so the expectations is that in responding, at least let's show our faces. But it's
Yes.
not you. I think we have a problem here. It keeps on going in and out, so proceed.
Okay, no, thank you, House Chair, and good afternoon to yourself and members in the House. Government takes the issue of payment of suppliers seriously, and it is concerned about poor compliance in this regard. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, together with the National Treasury and the Department of Small Business Development, are implementing the following measures to address challenges in this area. Those measures are the continuous monitoring through the analyzing of quarterly reports, which are submitted by National Treasury to DPME, identification of struggling departments, and the facilitation of implementation of support measures. To this end, DPME, together with the National Treasury and the Department of Health, are engaging with the Eastern Cape Department of Health to find lasting solution to its ongoing challenges of paying suppliers within the stipulated time frame. Another one is that the establishment of centralized email in National Treasury to enable suppliers to submit their queries of non-payment. Another one is the National Treasury will be revising instruction number 34 that was issued in 2011 to gather more information from departments. This will allow it to better understand the root cause of non-payment and to initiate implementation of support measures. Furthermore, the Department of Small Business is currently reviewing the National Small Enterprise Act to set up an ombudsman's office to offer alternative routes to resolve disputes and advocate for issues raised by the small, medium, and micro enterprise. The act is scheduled to be submitted to Parliament in February 2023. The department also continues to monitor the performance of departments that are of accounting officers through its monitoring toolkit, and it is done through the HOD and PMD. Poor performance and failure to comply with the requirements of the Performance Management Act must be dealt with through the applicable labor relations framework and in line with performance agreements that accounting officers enter into with the executive authority. One of the performance indicators in the policy on the performance management and development system for heads of department is the payment of suppliers within 30 days after receipt of the invoice. This is to enable executive authorities to hold accounting officers accountable for failure to pay suppliers within the stipulated time frame in terms of the performance agreement that they shall have entered into with the accounting authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Maneli.
Thank you, House Chair. Thanks, Deputy Minister, for the response. House Chair, with regards to the response to the first part of the question, We note the integrated response that has been undertaken across the 3 departments, and centralized email system would seem to probably be the most appropriate for suppliers to lodge complaints. On the second part of the question, the problem, apart from contractual matters which are supposed to be detected, is the human source component, suggesting PMDS will assist when a system has not been functioning well to provide assurance on holding individuals accountable. The challenge in the main is human resource one, and it requires effective management. How does the Deputy Minister assess this? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much. The Honorable, the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The Performance Management Act is a requirement in terms of performance agreement, which is placed in the performance agreement of the heads of department. What it means is that when your HODs and DGs sign their performance agreement with the political accounting officers, in their performance agreement, they are also required to ensure that the 30-day payment requirement is part of a key indicator of their performance. And in that way, it becomes easier for the accounting authority to hold them accountable to ensure that they make sure that the 30-day payment of invoices come into effect because it's part of their required performance indicator in their work plans. Thank you.
Thank you. We now proceed to the Honorable McClure.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, irrespective of all these undertakings and intervention, it is a well-known fact that the ANC is to be blamed for the downfall of small businesses. That's why the minister is not here. He has a tendency of not attending even portfolio meetings. Just today, in the small business development meeting, it is revealed that for the financial year 2020-2021, 2021-2022, 4 billion rand has not been paid within 30 days, 130,000 invoices. With the exception of the DA government in the Western Cape, in all other provinces, 28.9 billion rand has not been paid in 30 days, 260,000 invoices. DTI is on record to say that 80% of government institutions
Thank
don't
you,
pay
Honorable
the
Member. Your time is up.
70%. 70% don't pay. How?
Your
If
time
they don't
is up.
pay, they must go to jail. They
Your
don't want to
time
hear
is
it.
up.
They don't want to hear the truth.
Honorable
There is
McClure.
one person that has been taken to jail.
Honorable McClure. Order, honorable members. Don't assist in that way. Honorable McClure, you know the rules. No, this is the watch. You can come and see how many seconds you went over. That's not how we do things. No, don't do that. Everybody now looks at my watch, which is in front of me and good controlled. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Like I had indicated in my previous response, this sixth administration remains committed to ensuring that we pay service providers within 30 days. That is why I have indicated the measures that had been put in place to ensure that we hold the accounting officials responsible and have ensured and insisted that in their work plans and work agreements, there is an indicator which is ensuring that within 30 days, our service providers get to be paid. It is also this very same administration that takes serious the existence and wanting the sustainability of small businesses. Hence, you've got that department which was solely formed to ensure that we assist them. But furthermore, it's in regards to wanting to strengthen the act, and hence I've said it's going to be tabled in February 2023. All of these measures are put in place to ensure that we assist the sustainability and the livelihoods of small businesses. Thank you. So it is not true that we are not interested in the lives of sustainability of small businesses. All these efforts we are putting in place to ensure that they remain afloat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next question from the Honorable Majosi. Or
Okay, I will
Nkosi
take-
Buthelezi will take charge.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Deputy Minister, understanding the plight of our SMEs and the problems and frustration that they experience in case they are not paid in time. And some of them actually end up closing their businesses. In July, Treasury said the following, and I quote, "Disciplinary action should be taken against officials who fail to comply with the requirements to pay invoices within 30 days and who undermine the system or internal control." What examples of disciplinary actions that you can provide this House since July on this matter? If they are not, why? If so, please provide details. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. You'd remember that I said part of paying service providers within 30 days is part of complying with the PMFA. Now, what I'm going to request is that allow me to go and look at said examples so that I do not mislead the House in relation to what examples are there. But there are consequence management if one is not able to live up to the expectation in relation to the contractual agreement that they shall have entered with their respective employer. I can then bring up set examples that in writing, which will then be able to give you examples of what happens if you do not comply with the contractual agreement that you have entered with a specific department in relation to making sure that you pay within 30 days. But we remain committed to ensuring that we hold HODs and DGs accountable for ensuring that our people are paid in time so that small business can remain afloat. Thanks.
Thank you. The Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, you talk about the 6th Parliament. The 6th Parliament is almost coming to an end. This was initiated in the 5th Parliament. I must tell you, Deputy Minister, that these small businesses live from hand to mouth, if you understand what I mean. Now, the question is, and let me tell you, there's enough legislation to deal with this. What we don't have is consequence management. When will we do something about ensuring that those people that are violating the PFMA pay the ultimate price instead of letting so many businesses shut down? When will we be able to do something? And can you perhaps, Deputy Minister, give us a comprehensive list in the last 2 years, how many people, how many of these officials faced the might of the law or face consequences for their failure to pay people on time within the 30 days?
Thank you. The Honorable, the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Like I indicated, I am going to request that I go and I compile an example of what we have been able to do in holding accountable those who have failed to live up to the 30-day payments, which I will then bring to the House, and you can be able to give it to Honorable Shenkima so that he can see the work that we are doing in ensuring that we hold those who are supposed to be held accountable in relation to paying that in 30 days. I still want to re-emphasize that we remain committed to ensuring that our departments pay small businesses within the allocated time frame, and where they are not able to, we follow up in relation to making sure and finding out what might be the hindrance in living up to the 30-day payment. Thanks.
Thank you. We proceed to the next question, which is question 787, asked by the Honorable Spies to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. We will request the Deputy Minister to respond.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and thank you for the question, Honorable Spies. As you may be aware, members of the executive do not interfere with the procurement processes, but upon receipt of this question, the ministry inquired from the department, and we have been informed that the tender advertised in June 2022 was subsequently cancelled in order to review the terms and reference based on the findings of the Auditor General that I also anticipated, I also alluded to in my first response with regard to the findings of the Auditor General. Together with our internal audit team, the terms of reference on the previous tender were relooked, and the process is now within a discussion between ourselves as the Department of COPTA and the Chief Procurement Officer at National Treasury to look into the critical matters that were outlined by the Auditor General in enhancing our selection and procurement process with regard to CWP. This, amongst other things, Honorable Speaker, it includes the blacklisting of the implementing agents, and these discussions are still ongoing and will be updated once they are concluded. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, payments to implementing agents have not only become a significant cost item in the implementation of the Community Works Program, they are now transitioning to become conduits for corruption. What options has the department explored, if any, to do away with the implementing agent model and ensure that the majority of CWP budget goes to CWP participants?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much for the follow-up question. Yes, amongst the implementing agents review and the scope, the department has put forth that implementing agents only play a role with regard to administrative support, but all the necessary roles that is played in CWP be given to the CWP participants themselves outside the implementing agents, which means they will only be giving administrative support, but not the overall management of participants. It's one of the things we are looking into. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Mpumza.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Deputy Minister, given the challenges that have been experienced and the danger they pose to the Community Works Program, a fundamental policy to address unemployment, the department needs to take decisive action against implementing agents, non-profit organizations who continue to do as they please. While we note the department's efforts to revise and remodel the CWP, it appears that this has neither produced any tangible outcomes nor made any significant difference. What undertaking can we be given that matters are going to be turned around? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you, Honorable Mpumza. As I've said to Honorable Speaker, the department, together with the provincial local government, will now be defining the role of the useful work, relevant training to ensure that CWP are aligned to LED priorities of the particular areas where they are at, IDPs as well, but also minimizing the role of implementing agencies to only administrative support and not the core works of what the participants are supposed to do. So we'll also assist in defining the useful work and the useful training that the participants will need to undertake. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask if do the virtual people, are they now visible on virtual? Okay, all right. The Honorable Mukalipi.
I'll take the question on behalf of Honorable Kalipi.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Teso.
Deputy Minister, we just demonstrated to you earlier that you are not interested in fighting corruption. We just quickly checked the so-called database of restricted suppliers and register for the tender defaulters. As things stand, there is no one in the register for tender defaulters. The register of restricted suppliers, people who cannot do business with the state, of the 103 companies, none of them were authorized by your department. How is it that in the history of these databases, your department have never recommended anyone to be blacklisted, yet it has been clear since 2012 that implementing agents have been stealing money, money fraudulently. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and thank you, Honorable Geza. It is not correct that the department is not interested in fighting corruption. Disciplinary action has been taken internally with regard to our members of staff who might have omitted or acted against the ethics and the code of conduct. But secondly, the forensic which was done by the department has been handed over to the Hawks. The indicators, as I've said earlier on, which were raised and flagged by the Auditor General were pursued, and that led to the decrease in the amount. But further and finally, all the implementing agents that benefited and accrued any financial benefit that was not desirable to them, that money has been recouped. Those are basic signs of the interest of what we want the community works program to be about, and that is poverty alleviation. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Ms. Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, please provide an overview of the selection process that is followed when implementing agents are appointed, and how has the criteria been updated? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That is a new question altogether, and I will refer it to be deferred. We are not involved as executive in the process of appointing of which is procurement in nature, but again, we refer back to the department to get all the processes and the step and return honorably to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Reminding me that I should remind members that Rule 1426 talks of a supplementary question that must arise directly from the original question. So let's take care of that, honorable members. Thank you. We now proceed to the next question, which is question 784, asked by the Honorable R.N. Komani to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The Honorable, the Deputy Minister, Dr. Majake, will respond to the questions from this department. The Honorable, the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The decision to implement the final offer of 7.5% tabled at the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Chamber was an outcome of a negotiated process. However, there are ongoing engagements with organized labor admitted to the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council on these matters, including those facilitated by the CCMA at the request of government. The trade unions were also engaged on this matter before Section 5 of the Public Service Act was invoked. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable Komani.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, petrol prices has doubled in the past 5 years. Your government allowed the public transport, in particular railways, to collapse. ESCOM is targeting 32% tariff hike. In the recent past, food prices have increased drastically. Status A told us that a year-on-year basket of food increased by 13.9%. When you say workers must get 3%, can you tell us how must they feed their families? How must they travel to work? How must they keep their lights on if they cannot pay ESCOM? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. As I also want to remind the House and the Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, you are allowed by Rule 1427 because it guides that there can be more than one question to the supplementary question. Thank you. And it's your prerogative to respond as we proceed. Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. May I just reiterate that the increase is not 3%. As articulated by Honorable Komani, it's 7.5%. That comes out of the 4.5%, which is the cash amount that is actually given, plus the 3% baseline amount, and that actually becomes 7.5% increase amount for the public servants. I wouldn't want to go into issues of the economy that Honorable Komani has actually raised, but part of the negotiations actually also look at the economic outlook for the country in order for us to actually manage to come to reasonable conclusions when wage negotiations are actually done. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The next question will come from Honorable James on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. In your acknowledging that the trust deficit is likely to worsen, this merely confirms how collective bargaining with the state has moved to an antagonistic relationship, which is unhelpful. This was outlined in the medium-term budget policy statement as a risk factor for the country and the economy. Do you believe that government should develop a long-term plan incrementally to address the public sector remuneration strategy, and that such a plan should seek to jointly address the long-debated question of public sector productivity? Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, the Honorable James. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Yes, Honorable James, it is important to have a long-term strategy on mutual benefit of peaceful coexistence between labor and state. The strategy should be a joint venture with organized labor, which should be able to realistically analyze and assess the entire value chain to create a balance between the fiscus, the size of the country workforce towards realization of delivery targets and country economic outlook. I thank you, the Chairperson.
Thank you. Dr. Schreiber, you are next.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the Deputy Minister. South Africa has been battered by crises during the term of this ANC administration. Rampant corruption, COVID lockdowns, and violent looting have all contributed to the biggest economic crisis in modern times. More than 30 million people live in poverty, and millions can no longer afford to put food on the table. Now, with GDP growth projected to slow down even further in 2023, and with public debt already standing at 4.3 trillion rand, I'm grateful that the Deputy Minister has confirmed that there is a 7.5% salary increase on the table. How on earth do you justify that? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Deputy Minister.
Honorable Schreiber, if you listened to me earlier, I've actually indicated that this was a negotiated outcome of a process of looking at wage increase. And that takes into consideration a whole range of factors, including the economic outlook that you're actually attributing now to actually say that the ruling party needs to actually be blamed for the economic crisis that is going on. You see, the whole thing about the economic crisis is something that is supposed to be based on some kind of an equation that is sensible, not this fire utterances that you actually always bring into Parliament. You know, for now, the entire world, the economy of the entire world has been affected by the Ukraine-Russia war. We're not going to actually be excluded from what actually affects the entire world. But also, remember, what is important is also to put into the basket all factors that affect the economy and economic growth, which all of us, including you, of course, making noise, you are interested in. We continue to be interested in seeing the economic growth of this country because it's in our interest to see the GDP that is high in order to keep the inflation low so that we can keep the food basket low for all South Africans to manage life. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable Dana.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, due to government's tendency of appointing larger than necessary staff components at higher than average salary packages, which has led to an unaffordable wage bill and ultimately the inability to pay demanded wage increases without crippling the fiscus, what are government's plans to reduce the current and future staff component in the public sector, if any? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Proceed, the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Government is quite conscious of the fact that we had come to a stage where the wage bill, especially in the previous financial year, was actually a challenge. And this is why the cash gratuity was actually introduced instead of a baseline increase. And these are some of the things that we are concerned about as government. We are actually building measures of looking at what to do in order for us to actually manage to control the wage bill of South Africa. But remember, we always have to take into consideration the position of labor, because it's in our interest to actually have a healthy and happy labor force, but also conscious of what the country can actually manage to afford. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The next question, honorable members, is question 772, asked by the Honorable Masonto to the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. May I at the outset declare that I am out of the country, but so I will try my best to make sure that the access we have, it's not just limited, but we are able to respond to the questions at hand. Our constitution is and remains the cornerstone for all transformation into a fully non-sexist state. But we are all cognizant that we are far away from this achievement, and many challenges need to be overcome in this regard, mainly that of patriarchy, which is over the decades have become an institutionalized at all levels. The department has developed policies and guidelines on mainstreaming and gender in the entire business of government and at all levels of spheres of the same government. The department is also working in partnership with the DDM model, the District Development Model unit at COCTA, to facilitate the mainstreaming of the National Strategic Plan of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide and Gender-Responsive Planning, Budgeting, Monitoring, Evaluation, and Auditing Framework. The department makes use of various intergovernmental relations, IGR structures, when dealing with the various stakeholders. This includes the national, the province, the municipalities, and other structures of government. The department is currently localizing many of these efforts through working with both the Department of Cooperative Governance and the SALGA. Gender-related inputs were also provided into the district development model processes as a measure to minimize the fragmentation between all three spheres at all three levels of governance. In fact, we have capacitated over 350 councillors and SALGA officials on this intervention of gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, auditing framework, and the National Strategic Framework on gender-based violence and femicide during 2022-2023 itself. All these efforts are ongoing endeavors towards promoting non-sexism in our country. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We appreciate you trying out of the country. The Honorable Masonto.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, with your answer. In acknowledging the work on building a non-sexist society, the second part of my question, unless addressed concretely, will weaken the impact of efforts already undertaken. One of the biggest challenges we have is the less than optimal response from departments to the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. What this tells us is that there is a systemic challenge that we are likely to discover each time we have to implement the programs you have outlined. What, in your view, is responsible for this systemic challenge? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable the Minister.
Honorable House Chair, the department undertakes on an annual basis the analysis of national departments drafts, APPs, as part of the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation process. In this way, we ensure the inclusion of indicators, targets, and the interventions in line with the Grampier framework that has to be included into planning of all departments. This would, in this APPs, address us in making sure that we achieve that which we are all yearning to. It is one way of addressing systematic challenges in this regard. As an additional intervention of the department is achieving its efforts to conduct further information sessions with national departments with the main purpose of strengthening their understanding of the Grampier framework, the NSP and the GBVF, and enabling the department to integrate the strategic framework priorities in line with their respective mandates. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next question, Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, your continued failure to attend portfolio meetings in these past couple of months, you've missed over 10 portfolio committee meetings. Last week at the presidential gender-based violence, you failed to answer South Africans on what steps your department has taken in terms of the gender-based violence pandemic that we have in our country. My question is to you. In 2019, President Ramaphosa announced that 15 million rand would be spread amongst 3 years to establish the National Council of Gender-Based Violence. It is now the third year. What exactly has happened to that 15 million rand that was given to your department? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable the Minister.
Honorable Chair, there was never an amount of money that was given to the department as a department, but was reinvested in our respective departments as in the IMC. So there is no accountability that we have of having taken cash from anywhere else and stashed it somewhere else. We have established the secretariat in the department to try and respond to all that which you're saying. But as for the matter of the why have we not finalized the council up to now? It has been a process as it has to be in a democratic society. It has even gone through the structures outside government as it should be. And we came back with the same process to cabinet, and it is now in the good hands of Parliament.
Thank you. We proceed to the Honorable Kaula. Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ngicela ukuthi ngithathela uMam Khawula because nokuletha
Proceed, ma.
network. I'm Noluvuyo.
Thank you.
Chairperson, ngqongqoshe ngisho nomnyango wakho asiphumeli emphakathini ongacwasi ngobulili. Ayikho inkqubela phambili. Uma kukhona izinto ziba zimbi, iqhaza izinto ziba zimbi kakhulu. Abesifazana bayaqhubeka nokukhishelwa ngaphandle emathubeni okubamba iqhaza ezinkundleni zokuxhumana zokuthatha izinqumo. Kubi kakhulu kuhulumeni wasekhaya. Ayikho nhlobo inkqubekela phambili. Bonke omasipala abasebenzi futhi abesifazana bayahlupheka ngenxa yenkinga yohulumeni wasekhaya ongasebenzi ngqongqoshe. Ngicela unginikeze isibonelo esisodwa nje somasipala wakwa KZN lapho ngiphuma khona osufeza noma yiziphi izinhlelo zobulili. Ngifuna ukubuyela
Thank you very much.
Ngemuva. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister, thank all the honorable members. How nimbangisa njani umuntu ukuthi ubuyaphi? Uyanitshela musi. Honorable Tafeni angithi uyabatshela. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, may I beg your indulgence that I respond to this question, which is half new, half full in writing, because like I declared right at the outset that I'm outside the country.
I'm listening. Proceed, ma.
I'm out of the country, but I also am not, I don't have the gadgets that you normally would have if you are sitting in Parliament. KwaZulu-Natal is part of South Africa, and it's a place
All
where
the honorable members, the minister is on the platform. Proceed, Minister, sorry.
The matter of the gender-based violence and femicide needs families, needs communities, local municipalities, district municipalities, our provinces. Hence, before the summit, we also had provincial summits so as to prepare for the presidential summit. The department will send the information later, and we are working on the provinces, particularly the KwaZulu-Natal, but I cannot give the fuller details as I am sitting where I'm sitting or standing where I'm standing right now. Thank you.
Thank you. We proceed. The last one will be from the Honorable Mamhlengwa. Mamhlengwa.
Yes, ngiyabonga umphathiso. Ngifisa ukwazi ukuthi njengoba besifazane behlupheka kangaka, ukuphi la bebekwe khona ekhulwini ukuba banikezwe imisebenzi, banikezwe nemali yakho konke ukuthi benze nemisebenzi yabo. abesifazane eSouth Africa abekho abantu abahlupheka njengabo. Abekho futhi abantu kuyo yonke ama-province abantu besifazane ebezwela ubuhlungu bokubulawela iy'ngane zabo, abantu besifazane abezwela ubuhlungu ukudlwengulwa kwey'ngane zabo, kodwa ngiboni ukuthi lo mnyango unyakaza uthini. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister.
The Honorable Chair, let's just reiterate that which we know, that our chief mandate is for advocacy. All departments of government are to respond to the needs of all South Africans. Hence the first question that referred to the Constitution. We are accountable, all of us, iminyango yonke, to make sure that life of women is made easier. None other than the president said, it is not women who invite the killing and the maiming and the raping and all those bad things to themselves. In fact, iminyango, like homes, are made what they are because of women. We will continue to advocate for women. We will not stop, we will not complain, but we also have in Pillar 5 of the NSP, through the president, established a a women's cooperation on a national scale on opening up amasango or opportunities for women to get access to economic empowerment, in particular, financial empowerment. So I agree with Mam Hlengwa, and we all need to stop pointing a finger somewhere so that we leave no one behind, particularly the point I agree with you that women make more than 51% of this continent, of this country, and the continent, I say, as the First Lady of Namibia had said, we need to keep going and never give up. Resilience should keep us going, but please, men and women of South Africa, masibambisaneni, so that women get their rightful share, because women—
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was, yes, we are done with that question. We now proceed to question 758, asked by the Honorable Mr. Hlengwa to the President, Minister in the Presidency. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The response by the President Cyril Ramaphosa to the recommendations of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state corruption and fraud was submitted to Parliament on the 22nd of October 2022. This was in line with the directive of the High Court. The President addressed the nation on his response on the evening of the 23rd of October this year. As part of his response, the President announced that legislative changes would be made to the appointment process for the National Director of Public Prosecutions. These changes would aim to address concerns regarding the independence of the NDPP by introducing greater transparency and consultations in the process for selection and appointment of the NDPP. This will also draw on the process adopted for the selection of the current NDPP in the 2018-2019 financial year. In 2018, the President voluntarily elected to subject the appointment process of a new NDPP to public scrutiny and the expertise of an independent panel. It should be noted that the National Prosecution Authority Act number 32 of 1998 gives the president the authority to appoint the NDPP without stipulating any condition or exercising his authority when exercising his authority. The president invited a number of independent legal and public institutions to assist in the identification and selection of suitable candidates for the position of the NDPP. These organizations and institutions then nominated senior legal practitioners to serve on a selection panel. This was chaired by the former Minister of Justice, Mr. Jeff Radebe. The panel was made up of nominees from the Auditor General of South Africa, the Human Rights Commission of South Africa, the General Council of the Bar of South Africa, the Law Society of South Africa, the Black Lawyers Association, Advocates for Transformation, and the National Association of Democratic Lawyers. This panel provided a shortlisting of 5 possible candidates for the president to make the final selection. The changes to the appointment processes for the National Director of Public Prosecution is a matter of legislative amendments, which falls within the mandate of the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services. This legislative amendment to the National Prosecution Authority Act 94, Act number 32 of 1998 are being considered. The relevant discussions and public consultations will be conducted by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development once the draft amendments are prepared. Ensuring public scrutiny of process and evaluating the potential partnership within candidates are matters currently under consideration. The NPA Act and Constitution already provides for the independence and impartiality of prosecutors who must prosecute without favor, fear, or prejudice. This principle, prosecutors who must secure. These principles will be adhered to when preparing and considering the draft amendment. Further announcement on the details of the proposed changes will be made available in due course. Thank you.
Thank you. The follow-up question asked by Mr. Hlengwa will be asked by Honorable Mam Hlengwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, how has the changes in the of the National Director of Public Prosecution affected how they are dismissed, given that Parliament has only been involved in one instance of the removal of an NDPP? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Like I had indicated, in 2018, the President opted to make the process of appointing the NDPP a more consultative process by involving other stakeholders in the country, which I have mentioned. Now, this shows that there is a willingness to put and give space for other sectors of society to participate in the appointment of the NDPP. What we know is that in relation to amendments of the Act, there are still processes which are with the Department of Justice and Correctional Services, which in time, they will be made aware to all of us as South Africans so that we can know the process. What we're appreciating is that beyond the Act giving the powers only to the President to appoint the NDPP, he had opted to involve other stakeholders, which at the time, they then recommended the 5 names, which was the panel was able to make the decision, which was a personal choice which he had done to ensure that he gives space to all South Africans. The recommendation in relation to amendments of the Act, which in time when they are done with, when the Department of Justice and Correctional Services is done, we will then know as all of us as South Africans Thank you.
Thank you. Mhlomphehi, Mam Kiwi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thanks to the Deputy Minister for the response. Mine, Honorable Chair, is not a question, but a statement. I want to place on record our appreciation for the fact that the President opened up as far back as 2018, greater and the expertise of an independent panel with regards to the appointment procedure for the National Director of the NDPP. We note that the Zondo Commission of Inquiry into State Capture has remarked on these processes, and we look forward to the Department of Justice taking this matter further through legislative amendment. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. I heard some saying, when you say you make statement, Rule 1425 says that you can make a statement or express an opinion. So we pass unless the Honorable Minister wants just to comment on the statement. Yes.
Thank you for the statement. I will deliver it to the Minister and the President. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now proceed to the Honorable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. Arising from the Minister's response, in addition to an open and transparent process to appoint the NDP to ensure the NPA's independence, the NDPP's independence is threatened when the security of tenure is not sufficiently protected. Now, the ACDP believes that this is an aspect that also needs to look at. When one considers in terms of the Act, the President decides whether to institute a process of removal, appoints an inquiry, and there's no independent person to chair that panel. Now, as the removal of former NDPP advocate Piccoli illustrated, the removal process of the NDPP can be abused by a president. Would the Honourable Minister consider recommending to the Minister of Justice that legislative amendments be added to deal with the security of tenure of the NDPP to ensure the independence of the NPA? I thank you.
To the Honorable, the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The request is noted as such, but I also suggest that he himself is also at liberty to make those recommendations to the Minister of Justice, so that when the process comes to a conclusion or an end, his contribution is in relation to what he has raised. So it's noted what he has said. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable F.J. Mulder.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, is the Honorable Minister convinced that the changes, the processes in appointing the prosecution is adequate to address previous dysfunctional NPA actions, or as set out by the Constitutional Court in 2018, considering that in a malleable, corrupt, and dysfunctional prosecuting authority, criminals may, and especially those holding positions of influence, that they will rarely, if ever, answer for their criminal deeds. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. As I indicated, we are all waiting for the draft amendments, which are currently being prepared by the Department of Justice and Correctional Services. And I think then once they give us, all of us, the draft amendments bill, we can be in a position to can then say, is it effective or not, and also be given an opportunity to make our inputs. And I want to also encourage them that let us wait for those. Once they are made public for us, the draft amendments, we can then be able to make the input. From where we're standing now, because we don't know how far and so on, I'm unable to can say whether it's going to be effective or not. But I'm sure when the time is right, we'll be able to interact with it. Thank you.
Thank you. We proceed to the next question, which is question 769, asked by the Honorable Dr. North Nachel. to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The Honorable, the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. The gratuity allowance is 4.5%. Government made a final offer of an average of 7.5% to organize labor as parties to the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council. The offer made by government did not enjoy majority support at the council, with some of the unions demanding 10% across the board baseline increase. Parties at the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council had agreed to align the negotiations calendar to the government's planning cycle. The timetable for this round of negotiations was agreed to at the commencement of the process. The long-term impact of this approach ensures reduced risk to the integrity of the fiscus with properly managed collective agreements that are incorporated into the public finance framework. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable North Nahat.
Thank you, House Chairperson. What has he found were the reasons for the unfolding salary negotiations in which trade unions in the public service sector rejected the 3% wage increase offer, including the cash allowance of R1,000 offered, which amounts to another 4%, and have gone back to a 10% wage demand after talks collapsed? And secondly, whether any suggestions have been made in the past to deal with the negotiating cycle in a different manner and over a longer period? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable GM.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Let me repeat again to say the cash gratuity is not 4%, but 4.5%. And indeed, in the past, and even now, what we actually work towards is to get a longer kind of a plan that would go over years so that it shouldn't actually continue to be a yearly process of negotiating for the salary bill. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Schreiber.
Thank you, Chairperson. Before I ask my next question, I would just like to point out that to the Deputy Minister that there is a fire extinguisher right behind her. Chair, now while our economy burns, ANC cadres who kept their jobs during lockdown despite not doing any work are now embarking on a strike that will add further misery to the lives of ordinary South Africans. They are rejecting an already unaffordable 7.5% increase and are demanding 10%. They are trying, in fact, to blackmail South Africa into a 10% increase our country cannot afford. Chair, will the Deputy Minister today unequivocally condemn the selfish leaders of this irresponsible strike for the harm they are planning to inflict on our economy? Thank you.
Thank you. Why the scare of the fire extinguisher now?
Because she said fire, Chair, that's why. A brandblusser.
Proceed, Honorable GM.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Indeed, because he's forever going like fire. That's why it's good you have identified the fire extinguisher. Yes. But let me say that it's within the rights of the workers when there is discontent for them to actually express the discontent. And if they want to take action like a strike, it's allowed. This is what constitutional democracy is all about. We're not going to come with an approach that almost have to thwart whatever ideas and feelings they've got, because for us, the workers matters and the workers come first. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Mtsomperi Mamzipe. Nemzipe.
Yeah, Lebucha Mudula Stulo. Deputy Minister, we know what the National Treasury Economic Recovery Plan written by the World Bank and the IMF consultants said, that the public wage bill is the major driver of the fiscal deficit. Is this 7.5% wage increase coming from National Treasury? And were you told that this is non-negotiable by the Minister of Finance and the National Treasury, no matter what challenges. So Honorable Kasa has mentioned it earlier on. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable GM.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I think what needs to be noted is that the gratuity amount has always been there. So what we are actually doing, the 4%, 4.5%, is just to do an addition, and the addition is the 3%, which, like I said, it has been a negotiated process, and it's what has been negotiated through Treasury, because it's always important when you deal with money matters to bring into play Treasury, so the Treasury can actually put a picture of what the fiscus of the country is all about, and whether whatever conclusions you will be reaching will be affordable by the country. But indeed, I hear you when you actually talk about the role that public spending is actually playing in terms of the fiscal framework. It's things that we are actually always conscious about when we do the economic outlook, because we do know when we're supposed to be rated by the rating agencies, what actually also is taken into consideration is the public spending by the country, so that it can either put us on a positive or a negative. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable Jafta.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The collapse of collective bargaining betrays the tenor of the Constitution, which empowers trade unions, employers, and employer organizations to engage in collective bargaining. This failure has resulted in endless strikes, which in many cases are meant to serve as a catalyst in eroding stubborn deadlocks in wage negotiation. With this in mind, has time not arisen for the government, especially in the public sector, to design dispute resolution channels even before a matter is brought before the irrelevant bargaining council? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Jim.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I've earlier indicated that we have actually also decided to take the CCMA route, and also Section 5, 1, Roman figure I of the Public Service Act has been invoked by the minister, because it's within the minister's powers to actually take the route where there is a problem that has got to do with wage agreements. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Question 789. That's where we are. Asked by the Honorable Dr. Schreiber to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. DM.
Thank you, Chairperson. What are the reasons that he did not ensure public is the cabinet in drafting its plan to implement recommendations to the judicial inquiry? Is a question that has been asked. Due process regarding criminal activities in the public service unearthed by the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture is the purview of state security apparatus. Legislation governing the filling of posts in the public service are as follows. The LRA, Labor Relations Act, Section 5, which is about protection of labor rights of public servants and job seekers in the public service. The Basic Conditions of Employment Act, Section 29, which actually looks at basic conditions of employment of public servants in tandem with public service regulations. And the Employment Equity Act, Section 5 to 8, which focuses on unfair discrimination, medical testing, psychological testing. Public Service Act 94 of 1994, which focuses on provision of organization and administration of the public and collective agreements, determinations and directives that are actually utilized in terms of filling positions within government. We should actually help Honorable Schreiber to really understand how positions are actually filled within public service. There isn't really any way in which we can actually be in the position to do the so-called cadre deployment that you always come to the house and allude to. No matter what answer we give, we keep on coming back to it. I don't know what the motive is all about. But of course, when it comes to offices of politicians, if you come into the offices of the ministers, we cannot be in the position to come in with members of the Democratic Alliance. We have to come in with members of the party that we belong to. And probably this is what actually worries you, which you call cadre deployment. It's about having support. That is about the party that's supposed to come and roll out its mandate within government. In summary, the intention of recruitment is governed by the principles of transparent, fair and competitive processes, which should result in the appointment of the most suitable, suitably qualified persons who are fit and proper. Administrative processes in the public service are legislated and prescripts are clear as to how appointments are to be effected. Additionally, it should be noted that Section 1951 of the Constitution stipulates that public administration should be broadly representative of South Africans. That's why we don't exclude any South African when we recruit. We take the best South African on board with employment and personnel management practices based on ability, objectivity, fairness, and the need to redress the imbalances of the past. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Schreiber.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, I obviously know that the Deputy Minister is not a member of Cabinet, but I would like to inform her that on the 19th of October, Cabinet formally adopted DA policy when it approved the new framework for professionalization of the public sector. The framework issues an explicit policy. Chair, please.
I want to hear what he's saying.
It's very
The
interesting, I
Deputy
promise you.
Minister would like to hear what don't worry, the clock is stopped now. Just please allow him to proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The framework, which is based on DA policy, issues an explicit policy directive to the DPSA and to this Parliament to ensure that deployment practices are, and I quote, ditched in favor of merit-based recruitment and selection systems, which it regards as key in building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, and is also key in contributing towards changing a surging negative public perception about employment practices in the public sector. The framework also correctly points out recruitment and selection practices based on deployment have gained notoriety, which has spawned cynicism, and some even question their constitutionality related to the principle of equality, and they may have a point if deployment practices are to be looked at from the perspective of Section 1973 of the Constitution. Now, Minister, given that your own cabinet has now officially adopted DA policy to ditch cadre deployment, while even admitting that this practice is likely unconstitutional, why on earth is this same cabinet still opposing the DA's court case to abolish cadre deployment and declare it unlawful? Thank you.
Honorable GM.
Honorable Schreiber, I do understand your ambition of actually ruling through the back door. There's no way in which the whole cabinet can actually approve what is called the DA policy. Here we run in government and parliament. For us, every idea that can actually steer the country forward is very important. But you know, what actually made me wonder was why was there so much interest to the extent that DA was actually asking questions about the framework every week, asking the same questions, the written replies. You wouldn't believe the number of written replies that the DA is actually sending to government departments. In actual fact, you're actually trying to run your own side government, outside government. And for me, I actually think that you should monitor, but let it not take the entire time of the public servants who are supposed to be doing work to deliver what is the mandate. But let me just remind you, there's no way of actually running government through the back door. This policy framework has been adopted by Cabinet because Cabinet has actually helped to develop it. And we're developing it just to shut you down. Maybe the frustration is that now we're shutting you down. I am happy you are accepting now that this whole thing about catered.
Thank you. Honorable. Order. Yele salir na pratni noni. Honorable Mkweba.
Thank you very much, House Chair. In welcoming the response of Honorable DM, we need to say that it is not the first time in the National Assembly, and by not less than the President, that this has been explained to the DA, who seem to suffer from selective amnesia, who are clear as the African National Congress that the recruitment and appointments procedures that are governed by the Constitution, law and policy are being adhered to, and where incongruencies arise, there is law and regulations to deal with it. And that is not the ANC cadre deployment committee. Minister, do you not believe that the fundamental problem is that the DA are unable to appreciate a constitutional principle of transformation in the process of appointments, and this results in their fishing expedition to the HQ of the African National Congress? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable GM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkweba. Chairperson, the public sector has clear recruitment, pre-entry selection processes that do not include any reference to political parties, deployment committees. How the DA managed to find its way to Lituli House, I don't understand. The professionalization framework approved by Cabinet provides for measures to tighten pre-entry requirements and improve effective recruitment and selection processes that inform meritocratic appointments at all levels, with a special focus on the middle and senior management level. Whilst executive authorities will remain responsible for recruitment of HODs, DGs, and municipal managers, where necessary, utilizing experts from various sectors of society with relevant technical expertise, knowledge of the sector or department or institution to form part of their selection panels. This will enable the executive authority and municipal councils to run rigorous selection and recruitment processes supported by experts who can technically assess suitability of the shortlisted candidates. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable Dana.
Thank you, House Chair. In 2019, the President promised lifestyle audits for public sector employees to combat fraud and corruption in the public sector. The department, however, confirmed to the Portfolio Committee that this process has still not started and that, in fact, the guide to lifestyle audits is only now being finalized. We are already 3 years down the line and the term of the 6th Parliament is almost over. This process is clearly not being taken seriously. Deputy Minister, why is this process not being prioritized?
Thank you. The GM.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I think this question from the honorable member is outside the question that has actually been posed to be responded to today. But remember, the lifestyle audit framework was only approved in April this year. So it's an unfolding process. If I have to remember, because now you are asking me a question of what I didn't actually look at as to how far it is. In the previous sitting, we have actually indicated that there are departments that have already started rolling out lifestyle audits. So this is the situation that we've got. It's going to be a process, I must actually repeat, that's going to be unfolding. And one thing that we need to actually continue to stress is that we are very serious about really fighting corruption, and especially amongst the officials and public servants, so that they can be allowed to live within their means without any corrupt activities. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable Mansour.
Thank you, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, I must agree with you, in an ideal world, yes, politicians, political parties do not interfere when it comes to employment, deployment. And you are correct that in terms of legislation, there's no provision. But Deputy Minister, we can't run away from the fact that in all spheres of government, whichever political parties, wherever they govern, they are influencing the decision as to who they should employ. And we know the obvious reasons for that. Now, given the fact that the State Capture report highlighted some of the weaknesses in this, and I won't call it cadre deployment, or employing or deploying people that are aligned to organizations with a certain interest, what would you be doing to try and prevent this so that we have an ethical public sector, that people are employed based on their expertise, the capacity, the skills, and the integrity, rather than because of, organizations or persons that they may know or would influence? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jim.
Thank you, Honorable Sheikh Imam. I think earlier I've actually mentioned the professionalization framework that Honorable Schreiber wants to own as a DA document, which is a framework that really is going to be professionalizing public service. This document is going to be doing, it's going to actually be strengthening already existing public service regulations, because we have the regulations for recruitment, selection, and appointment of public servants, but the regulations needs to be strengthened to the extent that there wouldn't be room for any interference if ever there has been at some stage what people think could have been executive authority interference. There wouldn't be any room for that. And it's because this is what we always do to try and run a clean government, so that whatever job opportunities are there, they are the kind of job opportunities that are open to all South Africans. There will be selection processes that are fair to actually give equal opportunities to come into the public service, which, by the way, we encourage that it become a career of choice for a lot of South Africans, let alone the fact that for now we are having a lot of vacant positions that we do not have funding for, but we strive to actually try and bring every South African who is interested in public service to come and work, regardless of their color, creed, race, sexual orientation. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. We are now on question 775, asked by the Honorable, the Reverend Mishwe, to the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Yes, there is some level of improvement in the quality of life and employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. We are, however, progressing slower than we would have loved to, and therefore there is a need to upscale and intensify programs to ensure that persons with disabilities access economic opportunities, including employment. The department undertook a process to ensure that the APPs, annual performance plans of departments, are disability inclusive, and furthermore monitors the implementation of the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities. The response shows slow progress, and therefore there is a need to employ more interventions to assist departments in this regard. On youth, there is some level of improvement on the quality of life, of employment of youth, of young people in this country. The sixth administration came into office, as you may recall, in 2019, and has been faced with several external challenges, which includes COVID-19 pandemic, the July 2021 unrest and devastating floods in KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape. Despite these setbacks, the government has achieved the following for youth employment under the banner of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, which is a priority program for this sixth administration. 2.9 million young people have been registered as the SA Youth Platform, and 558 opportunity partners are listing opportunities on the platform. 357,738 young people are securing earning opportunities on SA Youth. 69% of the opportunities are filled by young women. 30,735 young people received non-financial support from the NYDA and received the support from the Department of Small Business Development, 7,530 received financial support, with 75% of these beneficiaries residing in their own townships on rural areas. 287,000 young people having been placed as teachers' assistants and general assistants. The Social Employment Fund has employed 25,000 young people. The revitalized youth service has taken 42,000 young people who are earning an income, growing their skills and employability, and making an impact in their communities. 3,000 graduates have been employed as graduate assistants. 26 public universities are there to address graduate employment. 250 interns have been employed in the Department of Employment and Labor Centers. 1,650 Enviro champions are working in the Water Research Commission program. The latest quarterly labor force survey results suggest that the number of employed young people has increased for a second quarter in a row. While there is the highest this has been the highest in the past 2 years. This slight of bounce back is a cause for cautious optimism, as employment remains considerably lower than lockdown, the time of the pre-lockdown.
Thank you.
Higher employment.
Honorable Minister.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I've already used Rule 142, number 3, to give you extra time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Honorable Moruti Mishra.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for your reply. According to Stats South Africa, youth unemployment in South Africa is at 66.5%. No society can expect to grow or thrive when the vast majority of its young people are out of work. It is reported that 370,000 jobs were created in the first quarter of 2022, but we are not told how many of those jobs created went to youth or people living with disabilities. Furthermore, 3.7 million young people from 15 to 24 years are not in employment, education, or training. Fewer than 1% of those employed by the civil service are people living with disabilities, although people living with disabilities make up about 7% of our population. What is the Ministry of Women, Youth and Persons living with disabilities in the presidency doing with respect to encouraging other departments to make our youth and people living with disabilities more employable? For example, by ensuring that children with disabilities receive decent schooling and that youth who are not in employment, education or training have the opportunity to take up apprenticeships. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair and Honorable Mishra. We have earned our freedom 28 years ago. We have never been found claiming that we will have resolved all our problems in that period of time. We were the first to come out to say youth unemployment is a problem. The economic situation that South Africa is undergoing post-COVID is global. As indicated in my inputs, improving the quality of life of the disabled people, youth, and women, and advocating for their advancement is what we do daily. Advocacy for the most vulnerable in our society. Improving the quality, therefore all the programs we provide are to improve the quality of life of these vulnerable members of our society that I've referred to. However, as you indicated, the quality of life has international indicators. Therefore, we need to take a whole government and society approach to improve the quality of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. What is key is to implement the programs for social cohesion and nation building that starts from our families, our communities, our smaller municipalities, our districts, and our provinces, and all stakeholders, including the church.
Thank you. The next question will come from the Honorable Ms. Longo.
House Chair, it's Honorable Piri. I'm willing to take the question. Can I proceed?
Proceed, ma'am.
House Chair?
Proceed.
Can I? Thanks, House Chair. Indeed, we concur that there is a justification for a standalone Ministry of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability to fulfill advocacy, mainstreaming, monitoring and evaluation role. As part of monitoring and evaluation in the department, the ANC believes quality of life should be measured using accepted while quality of life is significantly impacted employment. Is it not the indicator? Given the deals with very vulnerable groups, can we get an indicator that the department is seriously looking into aspects of life, of quality of life under its mandate, which, if not addressed, can lead to dissolution and an inability to share and identify with constitutional project of construction a democratic society? Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. As I indicated before, and agreeing with the Honorable Piri, we should not think that hiding the weaknesses that are impacting on the global scale is a way to go. Our way to go, as I indicated before, is to continue, yes, having this advocacy, monitoring and evaluation, and making sure that the quality of these vulnerable people in our society are taken care of. Therefore, all programs we provide are to improve the quality of women, youth, and people with disabilities. However, as you have indicated, the quality of life has international indicators. Therefore, we need to take a whole government and society approach to improve the quality of life of our people. What is key is to implement the programs for social cohesion, nation building, and that starts from what I said earlier on, the church, while it would have begun at home. I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ngobo.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, your department has failed to prioritize issues facing persons with disabilities and young people. It has failed to prioritize the development of a disability rights bill. The department has also been consistently underspending in Program 4 of its annual performance plan, which is dedicated to promoting and protecting the rights of persons with disabilities. My question to you, Minister, is what steps has your department taken to ensure that the money allocated for the upliftment of persons with disabilities and the youth in your department is used effectively in the current financial year? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Let me say that once again, as I repeat what we've said before, it cannot be true that the department has failed our people with disabilities. It is the responsibility of the entirety of government to make sure that that which has been put in the APPs of all the departments get at the end implemented. The department does not have a separate budget which deals with what you had asked, but we have a mandate to advocate for the people I had referred to, our vulnerable people in the society. As I repeat, advocate for, we work together with SANAC and others, and also the Presidential Working Group on Persons with Disabilities. We have policies approved by Cabinet for disabilities. What remains is government departments to make sure that we reach out indeed and implement. Before the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Summit of the President, we had a summit of WECONA, which focused on women, but also we will, in this coming month of December, have a special economic summit for people with disabilities so that they also get their day in the sun. They live amongst us. They are our own people. We also work with the department of, all the departments of government, but especially social development department, to make sure that we do not hide, but we come out and implement that which has to be implemented.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. The Honorable Sonyana.
Chairperson, if I may I take over the question?
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, there is no need for a standalone ministry. When we arrived in Parliament in 2014, We did a thorough assessment of cabinet and we told you that you don't need a standalone ministry for economic development, women, youth, and people with disability. And there was no justification for why you need separate ministries for energy and minerals. We even told you that you don't need public enterprises ministry, but you don't listen. We said to you, each department, sphere of government and municipality must integrate all ways to improve the quality of life and employment opportunities for youth and persons with disability. But you failed to do this. Have you done anything to get a proper assessment on how government as a whole can integrate this work instead of a ministry that has proven to be useless? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, let me say that we are not about to get tired of advocating for the vulnerable people or part of our society, because that would be unfortunate. We agree that there should be mainstreaming, but we want to ensure that we continue the advocacy and monitoring and evaluation going so that it doesn't come into one space. During the gender-based violence and femicide summit, everybody said what they had to say. And I had listened to people from outside, including the First Lady of Namibia, saying South Africa is one country that can come out and deal with that which has to be dealt with the way we did. So all this, the institutionalization is key for advancing the need of the vulnerable. I have said earlier on that we have just embarked on looking at the APPs of all departments to make sure that at the end of the day, when they account to Treasury on what they've done with the money follows the actions that they would have undertaken. Our department coordinates, regulates the vulnerable and priorities across government and will continue doing so, working with DPME. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. As we proceed to question 765, asked by the Honorable Matafa to the Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Honorable DM.
Thank you, House Chair. The Department of Cooperative Governance supports 30 municipalities in various areas of improvement. For example, records management, which has been founded by the Auditor General for municipalities to be wanting. Data management systems to address inaccuracies and incomplete billing, for example. 10 municipalities where we're assisting with the Worcester cost services. We may not be able to increase due to limited capacity that the department has to roll out to all the municipalities that are affected by these areas. We appreciate that there are more of them than the 40 or so that we have indicated here, but it's on the basis of the capacity that cooperative governance has. So the audit outcomes illustrate out of these inputs a gradual improvement with 141 municipalities having received unqualified audits in the financial year of 2021, which is an increase from the 126, which was in 2019-2020 financial year. 41 of these unqualified with no findings were also an increase from the previous financial year 30. There's also congruent department's own findings with regards to functioning municipalities. We have increased in stable municipalities from 16 to 30, and the number of medium risk municipalities have decreased from 111 to 107. However, there is, and we admit as a department, a concerning trend with the number of dysfunctional municipalities. Honorable members will recall that our 2021 report on state of local government indicated 64 dysfunctional municipalities. At the time of this review, we had an increase of 2 and was sitting at 66. Thus, the department is accelerating its efforts at guiding and building the capacity on how to ensure that we build an ideal municipality, which is a place of work, live, and play for all our societies. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Matafa.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. DM, thank you very much for your reply, and we welcome the improvement that you have indicated in the improved audit outcomes. DM, according to the revelations of the Auditor General's report, municipalities spend 1.2 billion annually on finance consultants, whilst at the same time paying 10.4 billion rents in salaries to staff employed within their finance departments. This demonstrates the ineptitude that many of our municipalities have. Focusing on strengthening financial management in local government, what corrective measures is the minister taking to ensure competent financial officers are appointed who are able to do the work that they've been employed to do and minimize the outsourcing of financial services? Honorable Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa, as well. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Prince Ngama. Please mute, proceed, GM.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, for that intervention. As indicated earlier on, the department has identified key of the areas in municipalities that need support. One amongst them is the area that Honorable Matafa has raised with regard to municipalities, but we have put as a COGTA the tracking and monitoring mechanisms into these interventions, which also look into the water services implementation first time, and for the provision of closeout report, which includes our provincial COGTAs aligned with the municipalities with their improvement and implementations plan. This we do with the hope that at a provincial level and also at the national level, all the municipalities that are assigned to it will be able to respond to the plans that have been articulated by the department and the capacity development that SALGA gives to deal with the municipalities and the challenges. We are hopeful, as I have indicated, in the increase of the medium to risk municipalities, and the stable municipalities have shown an increase, and all such municipalities have been beneficiaries to such a program that I'm talking about, but also coupled with the Municipal Finance Management Framework of the MFMA by National Treasury, an identification of dealing with what the Auditor General then says it's a vacancy of capacitated staff in financial management to be able to reduce the issue of consultants. We then develop the framework, one for selection, but also to capacitate small and medium municipalities which are unable to attract skills because of the funding model. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Space.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Deputy Minister, it has been 3 years since Minister Dlamini Zuma was appointed as the minister. In this period, she and deputy ministers promised that legislation will be brought to Parliament that deals with intervention in municipalities, including the powers and duties of so-called administrators. Why has it taken so long for the minister to keep her promise?
Honorable GM.
Thank you very much, House Chair. If there's one area the department has done well, has been the overall improvement of the amendments, Systems Act, Structural Act, the Code of Conduct of Councillors, the improvement of MPEX. There are many. All of the, no, 4, I've counted 4 already. Besides even the framework of professionalizing local government, which has been finalized as well. So it cannot only be a promise of 3 years. They actually passed through here and were signed by the president. Structures Act started on the 1st of November. The Systems Act was promulgated in August 2022. So what are the issues of the minister having promised to move the regulation and not implement it? It is there. Implementation, yes. The one which is referring to even of the competency framework is only 5 days old. But it even already have in our MSPI plans roll out to the 66 municipalities which are dysfunctional. That is delivery.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Kaza.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We know that the number of dysfunctional municipalities are well over 60. Majority of municipalities in local government are dysfunctional, and we know that because just beyond the audit reports, our people are not getting services. They tell us that they do not have water, they do not have electricity, waste is not collected, potholes are not fixed. But a matter that must worry all of us is that as a state of municipalities continue to deteriorate, indigent households are not receiving free basic services. And you do not talk to that in your response. That must receive free basic services. Only 2 million or so are registered in municipalities database. We know that there is no implementable plan to solve the crisis of local government if we do not revive the division of
Honorable Keza, your time is up.
Give municipalities more resources. How are you going to intervene to ensure that database of indigent households is up to date to ensure delivery of free basic services? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable GM.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. The Honorable Minister of Finance, when he was delivering his medium-term budget policy statement, he did indicate the review of local government funding formula, which categorizes 167 small municipalities and rural. They are unable to enroll further, in this instance, indigents, because of the affordability and the bucket of what the finances they get. Currently, the system we have punishes the small and poor municipality to be extremely poor. The funding model will therefore unlock quite a lot of funding, of course, to the availability of what the state has, so that the poor and the vulnerable are rolled out. You should actually would have started that. It can only be a caring government that prescribes a policy of giving 6,000 free liters of water to a vulnerable adult. Allow us then, in line with our positive policy, to roll it further to all our needy people, because its design was simply to alleviate poverty of those we live with and those we know.
The white
Thank
paper,
you, Honorable Minister. Honorable I.M. Groenewald.
Thank you, Chairperson. One recurring theme in the AG audit outcome for 2021 is the lack of consequent management and accountability. The CMA, in terms of Circular 121, highlights this again. The lack of accountability and consequent management have the effect that the employees of a municipality are telling council what to do or blatantly ignore council resolutions because nothing will happen to them. This leads to no respect in government systems and lower public value and trust, and the DM should know she was the mayor of Polokwane once. The Act reforms like the System Act and the Structures Act that you as earlier mentioned is only as good as it is being implemented, and it's currently not happening. What assurance will you give the people of South Africa, DM, that Section 32, subsection 6 and 7 of the MFMA will be adhered to and implemented in local government? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, House Chair. It is not true that nothing is happening. One, in what I've articulated as the formation and the legislation of NPAC only have happened on the 1st, to ensure that it's obligatory for council on a quarter basis to take NPAC reports and act on them. But it also mandates in an act the speaker who carries the responsibility and the AG who can issue a material regularity certificate to ensure that such reports have been dealt with. All the MPACs have been formed, all the MFOCs have been trained. It also regulates the office of the chief whip for the first time to be able to be the custodian of what happens in council and bears responsibility for what the role and responsibility of oversight for council will be. But it further sanctions on the regulations which the minister promoted on the 1st of July 2022 on how council need to be able to be responsible for what it is oversight role. In our MSIP report, we then on a quarterly basis demands reports from council in the chairs of MPAC, hence the training that has happened to feedback. Give the system a chance and let's see what it will produce, because only the amendments we're talking about are even less than a year in implementation. But we have all rolled out to ensure that all is in place and it happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We move to question 773, asked by the Honorable Heron to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Honorable DM.
Thank you very much. You really need a break. Thank you.
She does.
A special council meeting held on the 13th of October 2022 resolved to source the services of the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, MISA, as we know it, and the National Cocta to support the municipality to accelerate the expenditure as in the question. A multi-sectoral task team was also established by the Eastern Cape Cocta and on the 19th of October 2022, comprising of technical representation from MISA, the National Cocta, Amatola District Municipality, and the Department of Water and Sanitation, who are actively engaged to monitor the implementation of the Amatola District Municipality's infrastructure grant. The development of the roadmap to accelerate project implementation is underway and is expected to be completed within the current financial year of 2021-2022. Beyond the protest, there are governance challenges that are now in process of being addressed. In addressing these challenges, a new troika has now been installed in August 2022 because there were indeed governance challenges, and the Provincial Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has seconded a senior manager to act in the position of the municipal manager, who commences duties only now on the 1st of November 2022. With this, we hope therefore that the spending on the grant will then be accelerated, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Follow-up question will be done by Honorable Harold.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you, Deputy Minister. House Chair, the Amatola District Municipality and the water crisis and the infrastructure crisis there is really a monument to inefficiency. We have a complete breakdown on various levels of governance, and this now has the potential to rob almost 1 million South Africans of their community development grant. This is a 493 million rand grant in one of the poorest areas in our country, and losing this grant will impact on families and their survival as a lack of clean water and sanitation services continues to drive down the standard of living in an already impoverished area. The inability to spend 100 million rand in an area so desperate for aid has a cruelty to it. And there's a multiplicity of water crises in various municipalities across the country, from Cape Town to Johannesburg to Nelson Mandela Bay. And these have brought about massive economic ramifications. It also depicts an image of a collapsing infrastructure and inefficient leadership and lack of skills, with this grant's main purpose being the creation of water and sanitation facilities in an area that has little to no infrastructure of the sort. The loss of this grant is a brutal reminder that we are really the most unequal country in the world. In addition, it's a monumental form of disrespect to the taxpayers who hold out hope that the money is going to be spent uplifting these communities. Can the Deputy Minister advise on the interventions by his department if there is a failure to implement these projects and other projects like them, and whether the ministry will or the minister will invoke the powers in terms of section 1397 or 139.7 of the Constitution? Thank you.
Thank you. The Deputy Minister.
So thank you very much, Honorable Heron, and thank you very much, Chairperson. I think on the governance matters, I've already responded to that they have been resolved and they are in process. And those indeed did have a negative impact on the spending and then on this particular grant. And then we do care for the 900,000 people that live in that municipality to ensure therefore that they get all the services that this money is intended to achieve. The multi-sectoral task team also is now in place, and we are confident that whatever the challenges of skills and capacity that were identified, they are going to be responded to by this particular team towards spending this very money within the current financial year. And obviously, with all the plans that are in place, we'll be able really to push that this happens. On section 1397, we sparingly use it because the capacity of the municipalities is what we are now focusing in for them to be able to discharge their responsibilities and their mandates. 139 sections have been used by the provinces in many areas, and currently 1397 is now applicable in 2 municipalities. Is it 3 now? It's in Lekwa, it's in Mangaung, and then also one in Okmukejima. So we then are testing those 3 models from the national perspective, and even did with the record and the achievements, we'll then be able then to intervene in those municipalities that, but we also had not agreed to intervene in another municipality called Zitsovota because things had collapsed to the latter, and we didn't want the national department and the national government, because it's a resolution of cabinet, to go and then inherit something that we've seen it's gone. It's no longer in existence, but wherever the challenges are, and then we are able then to go and save and help our people, we'll then use the 1397 sparingly and in accordance with the objectives that we set ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Tabanchaba. Follow-up questions?
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, the state of affairs in the Amatole District Municipality, if you examine the AG's report of March 2021, will tell you that financial statement submitted for audit did not reconcile to the general ledger, and general ledger did not contain opening balances. The municipality purchased an accounting system that has not been set up in a way that supported the accounting processes, and the municipality officials do not understand how to use the system, affecting accurate billing of service charges. The audit opinion was a disclaimer on the financial statement as a whole. The equitable share grant funding for the year
Thank you,
amounted.
Honorable Member. Time is up. Thank you so much. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair.
Order, Honorable Members. Order. There's only one clock. The Honorable Deputy Minister may respond, or you can make a comment. Unfortunately, I gave you about 6 seconds more.
No, thank you very much. And Ms. Honorable Kabanchava, unfortunately, could not go to the question, but I'll just make a comment. One is that the section 1395, which is an intervention, has been instituted in the municipality to help them on the financial recovery plans. But secondly, the COGTA has also instituted what we call the Municipal Support Intervention Plans with the Eastern Cape province, called section 154, in line with the Constitution, to support the municipalities across. And the Amatola District Municipality has then, we had to also to add that particular support to ensure therefore that they're able to come around. And lastly, that the disciplinary report on issues of finances that you have raised was established and so that it can then investigate any cases of financial misconduct and be dealt with by those who might have been involved. The systems of delegation and the litigation strategy has now been approved also by the council so that we could also begin to ensure that we rescue this situation. And lastly, that the internal audit plan of the municipality has also been approved by the Executive Management Committee, which will also then go and deal with the financial statements and the audits and all those things that are raised by yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Spice.
Chairperson, that's speaks.
Please.
Thank you.
My apologies.
I hope this is the last time, Chairperson.
No,
Spice is S-P-I-C-E, Spice.
Spice.
Thank you. I hope my time is not deducted. No.
You'll be speech just now, but over to you, Honorable.
Thank
Spice.
you, Honorable
My
House Chair.
apology for mispronouncing your
Honorable
surname.
Deputy Minister, if district municipalities like Amatole cannot even spend their conditional grants, what hope does the so-called district development model, the signature policy of this department, offer in terms of improved governance and service delivery?
Thank you, the Honorable Minister.
If you compare all other districts, they are doing well and there's hope. And I think we can not just choose one that has its current challenges. There were issues of governance. We have responded that we are now dealing with them. There was a lot of interference in the municipality and also are dealing with them. And there will be a few of such municipalities that are there. So you can't say out of 44 districts, when few of them are having challenges that we are dealing with, then we then say there's no hope for the district development model. Go to the performing districts and then see the hope that is there. I was last week in the you can even visit that municipality, please, if you could. Go to irregular in KZN. Make a comparison of a district development model at work, and then obviously minus those that are few, and then you will then realize that there are quite a number of municipalities that are like the district development, who are instituting the district development model like the Herikuala district municipality. And I think there are quite a number of them. I'm just quoting this one because I visited it last week. Look at the plans, their strategies, and how they are planning to revive the cities and the towns, how they are going to be getting involved in the economic activities. And this is what, and the champions who are ministers and deputy ministers who are active and alive in those municipalities, you find that the results are different. So I think there is hope in the district development model, and it is the way that we need to go and cooperate as government. Thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Hendricks. Honorable
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair Al-Jamaa is very happy that the Deputy Minister cares about the 900,000 former Transkei residents who are needing water. They provided the first liberation fighters and the last to get water. I have been at the site of the dam. There is not a brick to be seen. I want to know, I'm very happy that the Minister says that the grant will be spent during this financial year in the next 3 or 4 months. I want to know from the Minister when the first brick will be laid. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
The first brick, okay. No, I think that the program, as we said, that it's in action now. Probably the first brick is now on because MISA, which is a lead agency of the department, is actively involved in that site. I've not been visiting the site recently, but definitely the first brick is laid, and then definitely the money is going to be spent wisely and ensure therefore that people access water. And thank you very much for appreciating that we care about the 900,000 people that are there. And that is why I'm saying the first brick has already been laid. And MISA has a great record of building water sources across municipalities, and they are all functional, even if you can go to all those municipalities. With them in charge of that particular project, I have confidence that definitely water will soon be coming to the communities, and they'll all then begin to benefit like the rest of other South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Question number 770 has been asked by Honorable Ntuli to the Minister in the Presidency. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. It is not clear what policy, expenditure or identified groups the question is referring to. However, the department produces various reports arising from its regular monitoring and evaluation activities. Such reports can be made available to relevant committee members of Parliament so that they can be able to do their oversight activities. Thank you.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable M.M. Ntuli.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for the response. The guideline on impact evaluation sets out a fundamental objective of impact planning and impact evaluation management by departments. From the results of these impact evaluations conducted by departments, what is your assessment of whether these are being carried out systematically, and to what extent, and what is the quality and learning from these impact evaluations, given that we have such serious levels of poor quality of expenditure against government programs?
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation has published the guidelines on impact evaluation, whose purpose is to assist government departments to effectively plan and manage impact evaluation on their programs or projects. The department has a responsibility to institutionalize evaluation practices across the three spheres of government, and therefore it provides relevant support in the development and implementation of departmental evaluation plans, and also the provincial evaluation plans. Most of the recently completed evaluations under the National Evaluation Plan are implementation or process evaluations to assess effectiveness of how specific programs are implemented and whether they are achieving their intended objective. These evaluations generate recommendations on what must be done to improve implementation and can inform important reforms to relevant policies, and also the design, implementation, and funding models. Examples of such recent evaluations include accommodation provision program under the Government Immovable Asset Management Act, on the Operation Pakisa, and on the detective services. This would be the South African Police Service when you look into the Directorate of Crime Investigation Services. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation has not done any assessment lately to determine the extent to which impact evaluations that are being carried out are done systematically and at what quality. The DPME is currently developing an evaluation evidence mapping process,
which will, among other things, characterize the types of evaluations undertaken since 1994. The process has to date identified
Deputy
about.
Minister, your time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mbele.
Ngiyabonga, Salonga Phambili. The Portfolio Committee received a report from the DPME in previous months indicating that the government's apex policy of the National Development Plan was having nowhere near enough impacts. And despite previous statements by the minister that there are isolated spots of excellence in the public sector, I think he and you, Deputy Minister, would be hard-pressed to dispute that the ANC's track record to date has generally been one of maybe good intentions, but with poor implementation, and that there have been major shortcomings in achieving sustained impacts that reduces poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The saying goes that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. So, ngibuza kube Sekela Mphathi ukuthi ungavuma na that wherever government policies like BEE and localization go against the Operation Vulindlela imperative to ease the burden of doing business, to lower barriers to compliance, and to incentivize investments, then those policies should be scrapped as soon as possible. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, if we can try and switch on your video, I'm told that now you will be able to be seen on the screen and you may respond. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. I've been switching it off from the beginning. The National Development Plan 2030.
Honorable DM,
you can't
I'm
hear me,
requesting
ma'am.
you to put it on to see whether it's
It's on.
able.
I've put it on.
Oh, okay. So
I have put it
hard
on.
luck again. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
It's fine, no problem. The NDP is a NDP 2030. It is left with roughly around 7 years before its own conclusion. What is happening is that this government, which is a progressive government, continues to reevaluate our policies and assess ourselves in relation to the set targets, which are meant to change the lives of our people, addressing unemployment, inequality, and poverty. What needs to be done is not the scrapping of the policies, but what needs to be done through the Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation is to assess the impact of the policies, identify strength, bring them to Parliament, and we really work on our acts and legislation so that we can be able to improve the lives. Scrapping any policy would not necessarily assist, but what is needed is that where we see that there are shortfalls, like we are continuously doing, and we want to thank the Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation for the continuous work they're doing to assess the impact of policies which are put in place and acts, is to strengthen and not necessarily to scrap down policies. So I don't think that it can bring a solution scrapping out, rather than solving and tightening up, and also to just say that the NDP, especially in this sixth administration, even our targets of MTSF were hit to a certain extent by the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has also had to inform that we must really look into targets of the MTSF and see how we can be able to, with the little time that is left, ensure that we live up to the targets that we had set for ourselves in changing the lives of South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable DM. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Nkoman.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, you don't need expenditure review studies to know that the misguided government policy like NDP have completely failed. More than 11 million people cannot find work, and more than 3 million have given up on finding work anytime soon. You have failed to grow the economy. The so-called investment pledges have turned into the PR exercise. When we go to the oversight, we don't need any of the reports to tell us that there is no government and there is no service delivery. Do your reports acknowledge that the NDP was misguided and it has failed? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable DM.
What we're acknowledging is that the set targets that we had put for ourselves, we could not reach them, but there is still time because the NDP has outlined. We continue to assess ourselves as an NDP 2030 documentation. We have also admitted that in the process, there were factors which have led to us not being able to reach our targets, like, for example,
in this regard, the question of the COVID-19 pandemic, what needs to be done is that we're acknowledging that DPME must strengthen and tighten the work plans and commitments which are done by departments, which indirectly will feed into the expectation of what we want to do. So we are continuing to fight to ensure that we change, we meet our targets. We have redefined, the MTSF has had to be redefined so that we have set new targets, because we realize that other factors which were beyond our own expectation had to hamper the process. But we can take South Africans into confidence that we are continuing to ensure that in other areas we do meet the targets of the NDP and those of the 5-year plan that we have set for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable DM. I have been informed that the request for the last supplementary question was not submitted, so we will proceed to question number 790, which has been asked by Honorable Mpiti to the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I have, Honorable Chair, I have written to the Executive Chairperson of the National Youth Development Agency to inquire about these allegations. In this regard, the Executive Chairperson assured me that in line with the Prevention and Combating of Corruption Activities Act number 12 of 2004, the NYDA has maintained the fraud and prevention and whistleblowing policy and the fraud prevention plan. Accordingly, the public is encouraged to report fraud and corruption to the toll-free number, which is 0800 203 240, where all suspicious and corruption activities be reported to. All allegations received are followed up, and it is necessary to investigate and conclude. Despite the anonymous tip-offs not following the above process, the chairperson has informed me that the NYDA Board of Directors resolved to begin the process of the inquiry to ascertain the facts through procuring of an independent legal counsel into allegations against the CEO. To date, the board has procured legal and advisory services from an external entity, and the process of concluding and due diligence review, which will consider all information and documentation relevant to the whistleblowers report, has ensued. As an executive authority responsible for the NYDA, I'm certified that the board of directors is seized with the matter of in accordance with its mandate. I expect that the board will furnish me and the portfolio committee with the interim report setting out the service providers' initial findings, recommendations, and proposed remedial actions upon its conclusion. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, the NYDA CEO is accused of abusing state resources that benefited associates and spending over 5 million rand during the lockdown for a Youth Day event in 2020. The minister needs to assure young South Africans of whether or not these allegations will be taken seriously and whether the minister will move to suspend the CEO up until the forensic investigation has been completed.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
The newly elected NYDA board, after receiving the whistleblowing, have acted swiftly in line with the legislation and have commissioned an independent legal investigation into the allegations. The board has committed to sharing the report with all the relevant authorities, including the portfolio committee. This gives me confidence that allegations of corruption will not go unpunished in the NYDA. We are not allowed to interfere, but we want a transparent, but make sure that the law takes its good course and that the guilty get to where they belong. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Morekwa.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, the NYDA is there to mitigate the challenges that youth are faced with and provide support to qualifying beneficiaries, mostly residing in either the townships or rural areas. Corruption robs many of opportunities, and we welcome that there are corruption prevention strategies within the NYDA. This being the case, how was it possible that they could not detect the allegations of corruption in the entity, and what lessons will be learned going forward to strengthen these corruption prevention strategies that they have? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Well, Honorable House Chair, let me reiterate what I said earlier on, that this is a new NYDA board, and they found half, if not all, the whistleblowing and the allegations on the table, and they did not look the other way. I wrote to them and they responded the way they did as I spoke to you. The impression I got is that they have no intention to cover up on anything that is untoward. The board has committed to sharing the report with all its relevant authorities, including the portfolio committee. This gives me confidence that the allegations of corruption will not go unpunished by the NYDA. I thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mehlengwa.
Honorable Chair, I will take it from the House. I think she's disconnected.
You may proceed.
Honorable Minister, with reference to the allegations made by the same whistleblower who outed the CEO of the NYDA, pointing out members of your department as also being captured by the CEO and are associates of the CEO, has the department actioned any investigation into your department to filter out the corrupt officials? Thanks.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. We do not want to become what we are not. We are a law-abiding department, and we will follow the law. There are institutions that are given the mandate to do the things about investigations and so on. And we have today only, on more than 3 occasions, said that we will, as the authority above the NYDA, allow this to go unpunished, and know that we will not leave the scarce resources to go astray while young people are looking for support. All I know is that the new NYDA is not even a year old, and we will be watching to see if what they had said in response to my letter would come to book. And where I'm sitting, I have no doubt that they know that we are watching. I thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Hlonyana. You may take it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me to take it. Minister, it's more or less the same question. Minister, we're not just talking about allegations of corruption. There is a lot of evidence about a lot of wrongdoings in the NYDA, and the obvious things that are supposed to happen are not happening. We said each municipal office must have an NYDA office. It has not happened. Instead, the NYDA has turned into the ruling party's fractional deployment body. Have you or anyone in your office gone to the police to open a case? If you don't open a case, who must go and open a case if you're serious about fighting corruption? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair,
Yes,
may I
you may proceed. You may proceed,
request-
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. May I plead through you to allow the investigation to come to its final process before we are requesting us as politicians to also be, raising fingers and, opening up new cases while we are still investigating the ones that are already on book. I have said earlier on, Chair, that this is a new, but they did not say we know nothing about what happened in the past. They continued with their work, starting from almost foot to that which we have inherited. You inherit the good and the bad, and we investigate all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, question number 77 has been asked by Honorable Sonti to the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, thank you. May I also join all South Africans to pay our condolences to the Mutwa family. And just like all other killings of young women, it hurts and hurts deeply. And that does not exclude executive or otherwise. We hope that young people, especially women, will shape our country moving forward. And I have not personally visited the family of Namhlamtwa. However, I have been in regular contact with the Premier of Eastern Cape, and they visited the family. Immediately, we issued the statements. Because we, on daily basis, if we were to visit homes, we would take 365 days, just doing nothing else but visiting homes of victims. But we do part of that with the little or no, meagre stuff we have. But we also issue statements where we can. We work with the police. They visit the family, and we will monitor. What we promise the House is that we will continue to monitor the reasons offered by SA Police Services on this case. In my capacity as the chair of the IMC, we will work together to continuously monitor the developments of this case and inform the family in the process. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Sonti. Oh, yeah, taking for
Mama
her.
Sonti.
Excuse me, I didn't hear.
I will take a chair.
Okay,
behalf
you
of
may.
Mama Sonti.
Okay, you may.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Minister, will you admit that together with the police, you have failed to solve the murder of Namhlamtwa and are instead hiding behind that threat made against SAPS investigators. Namhla family is just one of many families that you have failing. Can you admit that you are failing families of victims together-based violence and femicide in the whole country? Thank you, Chairperson.
Well, Chairperson, let me thank you. And the question that has just arisen, that I am not a police officer, but I will never sleep or rest unless we all work together to advocate and make sure that we leave no stone unturned for all those innocent lives that we lose. Unfortunately, it happens to be those of women, youth, and disabled. We need to work together as a community to make sure that we don't look the other way and we find the solutions to this. It's a shame to South Africans that besides COVID-19, we are busy slaughtering each other. And unfortunately, it's one way. It's women who get massacred and not any other way. So we need to work together, men and women, young and old, to make sure that we put the second pandemic to lie down or to die. We want women to make contribution to the well-being of the economy of this country. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, if there are changes on the list in terms of supplementary question, please advise the front table. It becomes much neater. Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Piri.
Thanks, House Chair. Am I audible enough
Yes,
for
you are. You may proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Honorable Minister, arising from the case of Namhlamtwa and many like this, what work in your department you are doing to strengthen relations with communities and gender-based violence and femicide organization in order for such communities and organizations to openly and freely report cases for gender-based violence and femicide? What is it in plan? How are you going to make sure people are protected and they openly come and report such cases? Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. This is a self-inflicted pain. When I say that, it's of South Africans who happen to be of another gender on the other people. So we all have to work together to make sure that we do not look the other way, to make sure that that we do not get defeated on this. It's not money alone, but it's information sharing and giving our people confidence that indeed, when we make pronouncements, they are carried out. This includes engagement with the specific constituencies, including the most important men's group, because they are not all toxic. In addition, the department has established an end to gender-based violence and femicide collective, which is constituted by government, private sector, and civil society, including faith-based organizations, and traditional leadership to an extent. At the end of gender-based violence and femicide collective and FBO collective meet on a monthly basis to report on the progress made in the implementation of each pillar of the NSP. Furthermore, the department has established a rapid response teams in districts and municipalities. And these multidisciplinary teams are responsible for educating communities on NSP, responding to cases of gender-based violence and femicide, and providing support to survivors and their families. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, when Minister Cele said that women are lucky to be raped once, women of this country looked to you to defend them and to condemn the comment, and you did not. My question, Honorable Minister, is what has your department done, noting the report that the South African police does not have victim empowerment rooms and support centers within their police stations to support rape victims when they come to report their cases? What exactly has your department done to navigate that space and ensure that SAPS implements the work of protecting women in this country? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. We are a nation, to start with, that has not dealt with the healing part post-apartheid the right way. I think there's no shortcut. We are going to do that. Unfortunately, more innocent people are dying, and they cannot be protected only by the Department of Women, of the vulnerable people themselves. We work closely with the IMC, and the police are part of that IMC. Ministry of Justice is part of it. Ministry of Public Service and Administration and Finance. They all have to come together, but the entirety of government has to really see this as a menace that we all have to put our heads together. Like I said so many times, Honorable Pete, it needs all of us to not look the other way and work together to put this menace away. The issue of having victim-friendly rooms in the police stations is not as part of police reported as at the GBVF summit. We are working with other institutions, even those who are sympathizers from outside our country, to augment us with funds which we do not have, to make sure, because they can see our willingness to make sure that we put a stop to this menace that we find ourselves in. And we haven't given up. We will overcome this.
Thank you very much. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mehlengwa. I guess it's you, Honorable Majosi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes. Honorable Minister, following the many publicized murder and rape cases, including the Krugersdorp rape, use the murder of Namhlamtwa, what lesson, if any, has the SAPS learned with regard to evidence gathering in the rape and murder cases going forward, and how does it plan on addressing its fault? If not, why not? If so, please provide details. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable the Minister.
I really have the sympathy of all women, youth, and persons with disabilities, particularly women, victims who become survivors. But we all know, we came out and say that we cannot do the work of the police, and the police alone cannot solve all the self-inflicted pains. We need to work together to make sure that we put a stop to this menace, as I said earlier on. I thank you. As during the summit, the Gender-Based Violence Summit, strong pronouncements were made by the police minister to strengthen the evidence collection. He went further to even talk of the fact that we had a difficulty on DNA tests. At one stage, we had that it was 241,000, but they had come around and managed and to cut down that down, and that they're left with 71. And he thought by January, we will call this history, because DNA tests are part of the most crucial evidence that one can put to book to catch the perpetrators. Thank you.
Honorable Mani, your mic is on. You may proceed, Honorable Minister. I guess you are done. Thank you very much. The last question number 771 has been asked by the Honorable Masiko to the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities. The Honorable Minister. Honorable members, if you were been mindful, we started at just after 3. So then we have to proceed. I know what I'm doing. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities requests procurement plans from provinces on how they are going to use
Honorable members, order, please. We can hardly hear the minister.
As well as share details of bid to specification documents for analysis in order to ensure compliance with the issues that we are dealing with, particularly sanitary, dignitary implementation framework. This is done ahead of the following year or the year to come. Though the Sanitary Dignity Implementation Framework, provinces are obliged to report to the department quarterly in a financial year. There is a written and oral report presented, the latter being presented at the quarterly meeting. The reporting format includes, inter alia, a number of indicators, in this instance, some that speak to beneficiaries, learners, and targeted learners reached, the number of packs and individuals per learner, period, and distribution, etc. In the event of the department needs to follow up to verify certain facts and information, correspondence is dispatched to project managers and managers for clarity, and in certain situations through a DG to DG letter, should the circumstances demand that. Recently, through the DG to DG correspondence, further to the department's interfaces, have taken place in the implementing departments, audit committees to see to it that process is well audited. Capacity is rendered to the provinces through workshops in order to improve into the monitoring and the process of evaluation program. Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Eastern Cape Province have been taken through methodology of application on Central Dignity Monitoring Evaluation Framework. This will continue to take place in all other provinces on quarterly basis. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first question will be asked by Honorable F.A. Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response. Honorable Minister, the provision of sanitary pads to girl children means keeping the girl child in school, and this should be the same in all provinces, even in our remote areas, which are our rural areas. How have provinces that have experienced challenges in the rolling out of sanitary dignity pads improved, particularly in areas that they could not reach? And how has the department collaborated with municipalities to ensure accessibility and effectiveness of programs, since there have been prior challenges in working with our municipalities? Thank you, House Chair.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Masiku. Northwest Department of Education has improved during the current period by using a more efficient provincial transversal contract approach, which with the assistance of the provincial treasurer. This is due to the fact that the Department of Education on its own struggled to manage its own procurement process due to human resource capacity challenges. Further, Northern Cape Department of Education has vastly improved and has covered significantly wider numbers despite having the smallest equitable share allocation. The only persistent and major challenge that the department has identified in rural areas and municipalities where rural schools are based, there is absolutely no waste collection and disposal. As a consequence of that, schools are left to their own devices, oftentimes having to sort to
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The time is up. Thank you so much. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, it's been reported that currently sanitary products are being bought by individuals from suppliers, and these individuals are buying them, repackaging them, rebranding them, and then reselling them to government. When this was raised in the Portfolio Committee, you undertook to establish a task team that would deal with the findings of these particular issues, because some of these individuals do have political links to some of the officials within provincial governments. And so can you please explain to us what exactly has your task team found in terms of the selling of sanitary products by individuals? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In the first instance, we shouldn't even have gotten into this quagmire that you are relating, because we should maybe in the nearest future be focusing on how women could be empowered to be the manufacturers of central dignity themselves, so they would not have to repackage from someone else. The provinces, in some provinces, yes, you're right. You find that during lunch break, small kids are made to queue to receive gifts, and some would not even be at the age where they should be receiving this. So we will, I think the task team, yes, you have referred to, it cannot produce results overnight. But I think the way forward is also find trainers who could help train women to become their own liberators, so that we do not rely on the others to provide for, I would call it a gift. Not everybody gets to be visited by that visitation every month, but only girl children, but they need support. They need my support and yours. The results of the testing must come, but I think we should, while waiting to get the report of that, we should also be sourcing, talking to Treasury to source resources, get resources where we can manufacture the
Thank you, Honorable
small
Minister. Thank you
machines
so much.
that can
The time has
produce.
lapsed. Thank you.
Yeah.
The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Hlengwa. Honorable Mehlengwa. Honorable Majosi, may you
Chairperson,
take it?
thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, whether there has been any consequence management against official by the department in the case of the procurement delays, and when the department doesn't pay suppliers within 30 days. If not, why not? If so, please provide details. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable the Minister.
Thank you, Mehlengwa. I think as a member of the Portfolio Committee, you would have gotten the information earlier that from Treasury, while we advocated for support, financial support for provision of taking care of this challenge of sanitary dignity, the money does not even spend a day, doesn't even know the door of the department, but goes straight to provinces. And provinces decides, even at provinces, it doesn't designate to say it will be department A or B. The provinces, in their own wisdom, choose which department will then be the one that do the tenders and do all those kind of things. So yes, the advocacy, yes, the need to support young women came from us, but the money goes to the provinces. We now had to find a way we could work with provinces to make sure that the money is used for what it is intended to. In our department, we pay suppliers within 30 days, but we have very little to supply because many believe that if they go straight to provinces, that will be the best way to do it. No, we have not detained anybody because it has not been a direct responsibility for us to handle the resources for sanitary dignity for people.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much. I have been informed that the request for the last supplementary question was not received. Honorable members, the time allocated for the questions has expired. Outstanding replies received will be printed in hindsight. I'll request the secretary to read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on 2022 revised and proposed fiscal framework.
I recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No, no objections. Order, honorable members, objection, there are no objections. We have honorable members, now would like to recognize speakers. We have received the names of the speakers. I will now call upon the Honorable Chair, Honorable Maswanganye, on the virtual platform.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, Ministers, Honorable members. The Minister of Finance, Honorable Godongwana, tabled the 2022 MTBBS in Parliament on the 26th of October in terms of the Section 27 of PFMA and Section 7, subsection 1 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, Money Bills Act. The committee received post-budget tabling inputs from Parliamentary Budget Office and FFC. Chairperson, MTBBS is tabled at a time when the world economy has been hit by successive external shocks, COVID-19 pandemic, the war between Russia and Ukraine, and climate disasters. These and other factors will slow global growth from 6% in 2021 to 3.2% in 2022 and 2.7% in 2023. South Africa will be adversely affected as it is exposed to the downside of lower global growth. Domestic factors weighing heavily on economic growth include, amongst others, macroeconomic uncertainty, low rates of fixed capital investment, deficient and intermittent power generation. Load shedding has a serious impact on the economy. The South African Reserve Bank estimated that stage 4 load shedding cost the economy 773 million rand per day. Be that as it may, Chairperson, the committee welcomes government's extension of the social relief of distress grant for another year. The committee reiterates its previous position that government should consider the incremental introduction of the basic income grant. Chairperson, the 2022 MTBBS provides financial support to DNN, Sanral, Transnet, and transferring 2/3 of Eskom debt to the government balance sheet. The financial support to the strategic SOEs is very essential. However, the financial backing should be accompanied by solid turnaround plans. The committee acknowledges that revenue performance has exceeded the 2022 budget estimate. The committee further welcomes government's commitment to fiscal discipline. However, the escalating debt service costs present an escalating risk to the fiscal framework. Chairperson, the committee supports the increased funding on infrastructure spending as it will support the long-term growth prospects. The committee also welcomes an increased spending on safety and security, whereby more police officers will be employed to fight crime. Chairperson, the committee notes that South Africa still has a high level of debt. The committee reiterates its recommendation that the National Treasury reports quarterly to Parliament on the effectiveness of its debt management strategy. On SOE bailout, the committee recommends that the bailing out of SOEs, which is one of the biggest risks to the fiscus, should be subject to stringent conditions, and accountability measures. On economic reconstruction and recovery plan, the committee notes that the 2022 MTBBS does not adequately focus on the ERRP, particularly on its progress. The committee will convene a forum consisting of the PBO, FFC, National Treasury, and other stakeholders to get an update on the economic growth trajectory that South Africa is taking. Since November 2021, the South African Reserve Bank has hiked the rate purchase, that is the repo rate, by 275 basis points with the intention of maintaining price stability amid raging inflation. The committee, however, understands that there are global pressures as other central banks are tightening their monetary policies in response to inflation in their jurisdiction. The committee will also engage with the bank in order to understand if there are no other favorable policy alternatives that could be implemented within the constitutional and legislative mandate of the bank, which will not involve the aggressive hiking of the repo rate. In regard to energy, in the 2022 budget speech in February, the Minister of Finance stated that he had agreed with the Minister of Minerals and Energy to review all aspects of the fuel price. An ever-escalating fuel price increase is causing hardship on the economy and the poor. Many workers today find it very difficult to afford transport to work. The committee requests that the Minister of Finance to report back to it on progress, all aspects of the fuel price regime with the Minister of Minerals and Resources. On GBV and killing of children, the committee notes that the 2022 MTBS does not appear to have explicitly budgeted for GBV and the terrorization of children. The committee Treasury to explicitly consider this issue in the February 2023 budget. On FATF, the committee chairperson reiterates its concerns about National Treasury slate introduction of the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing bills to Parliament. Be that as it may, the committee will work very hard to process the General Laws Amendment Bill to avoid South Africa from being grey-listed. Chairperson, on GFIP, the committee is concerned that there appears to be a lack of understanding on the future of GFIP, what is popularly known as the e-tolls. While the public seems to believe that the e-tolls have been scrapped, clarification was provided that a new funding model was being proposed to fund the e-tolls. The committee requests the Minister of Finance with his colleague to further clarify this matter to the people of Gauteng and the public in general. On the issue of procurement, the committee welcomes the Minister's commitment to table the public procurement bill in March 2023. The committee also welcomes the Minister's commitment that he is not exempting organs of state from the preferential procurement as it was reported over the weekend. It was also unfortunate that an ASCOM board member made a statement commenting in regard to this matter. The economic empowerment of Blacks, youth, and people living with disabilities should not be given preference, should always be given preference when procuring services by the state. Public procurement must be implemented in a manner that also drives localization. It should be stated, Chairperson, that the issue of BBBEE is a constitutional imperative. The Constitution, in terms of Section 2, subsection 7 and 2 subsection B says that organs of state should implement procurement policy providing for the protection or advancements of persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination, which is apartheid. So it will be uncalled for anybody to call for the scrapping of the triple BEE. With regard to the issue of unresolved wage bill, the committee has referred this matter to the Appropriations Committee for further consideration. We would like to thank all those who have participated in processing the MTPPS report. I move for the adoption of the report. Nakeza, Samashto.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable members, now I recognize Honorable George.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ask South African households what is on their minds every day, and they will tell you that the ever-increasing cost of living is causing more and more hardship. 81% of households have cut back on the amount of food they can put on their tables. They will also tell you that transport costs are getting harder and harder to afford. Yet in his medium-term budget policy statement, the minister never mentioned the cost of living or the food price or the cost of transport, not even once. Instead, he spoke about trade-offs. That is, in effect, the price we pay for government's mismanagement of the people's money. He went on to announce that 30 billion rand will be allocated to bailouts for Denel, Transnet, and Sunrail. This after his tough love maiden speech that promised to end this corruption. Well, nobody believed you anyway, so there is actually no surprise. Instead of tackling the most pressing problems for South African households, he bailed out his buddies. The minister also announced that a large chunk of Eskom's debt will be transferred to the national balance sheet. Investors in Eskom bonds will tell you how much they love Eskom bonds because of their premium yield, and they are virtually guaranteed by government. Fact is, the bonds are also risky assets and default is possible. That is why there is a premium on the yield. When the minister announced that a so-called debt swap of approximately 200 billion rand was on the table, the rating for Eskom bonds went up because investors now have less chance of losing some or all of their money. In this trade-off, bond investors win. They keep the premium yield and their risk is carried by South African households who will pay for it, and they get no relief from food and fuel prices. The state-owned enterprises, including Eskom, are not sustainable. The trade-off that government actually needs to make is between its failed developmental state model and a growing enterprise economy. It cannot have both. And if our economy does not grow, it cannot generate jobs and it cannot lift our people out of poverty. On the fiscal framework, government relies on tax windfalls, most recently from the commodities boom. That income is not certain and the tax base is shrinking. Expenditure is rising, especially on interest payments. That is now the largest expenditure item over the medium term. Debt has increased to 4.7 trillion rand, although the minister previously promised that the number would be going down, not up. 4.7 trillion rand is a big number. Imagine if you had 1 million rand and what you could do with it. If you had 1 million times that 1 million rand, that would be 1 trillion rand. Next year, government debt will be 5 trillion rand. That is what government has chosen, a trade-off between you and their cronies, and you did not win. A basic calculation tells us that South Africa is in very serious financial trouble and that a bailout from the IMF isn't a far-fetched possibility. If we were a household, we would be headed for debt review. It is likely that South Africa will be grey-listed in February, and some international banks have already started behaving as if we are, with international financial transactions taking longer and becoming more difficult to process.
Thanks, Majid.
This is a direct result of government failure to act on corruption and a snail-paced response to the FATF report. The DA has proposed a comprehensive rescue package for our economy that includes getting government out of the way of growth. And if we get our economy growing at 4.8%, we can afford a conditional basic income grant. We can immediately zero rate for VAT, an expanded basket of food. The minister misled Parliament when he said that he would consider our proposal. In response to my question in this House, he said he would subject our proposal to an expert panel analysis if we requested it. We did. Today, I received a reply to a follow-up question that he won't consider our proposal. First, a U-turn on tough love, then a U-turn on lower food prices. Can we believe anything you say? A DA government will choose the people above political cronies, and it will choose to tackle the cost of living crisis and not look the other way as the minister chooses to do from his ivory tower, having long forgotten that government has no money of its own. It all belongs to the people. We still have a democracy in our country, however shaky the government has made it, and the people will decide in 2024 whether they like the minister's trade-offs or not. We do not support this revised fiscal framework. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize Honorable Yako.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, we want to make it clear that there is nothing commendable about what the Finance Minister said when he tabled the medium-term budget policy statement. The Minister did not say anything we have not heard before that is going to revive the hopes and aspirations of more than 11 million unemployed people who are desperate for work but cannot find work, cannot feed their families, cannot afford electricity, and cannot afford to put a roof over their heads. The proposed revised fiscal framework tabled by the Minister failed to put in place believable and sustainable mechanisms to stabilize the debt. Gross loan debt is sitting at 4 billion or 68% of the GDP. And this is projected to increase to above 71.4% by the end of 2023. This means that we're going to spend more than 300 billion to service the current debt, money that we should be spending to build schools, build clinics, provide people with clean and drinkable water, and provide all indigent households with free basic services. Outside the social development budget that includes social grants for more than 18 million beneficiaries, South Africa's biggest expenditure item is to service debt. Chairperson, what is even more concerning is that suddenly there is a piling up of loans from neo-colonial institutions, such as the World Bank and the IMF, that the National Treasury continues to send their staff to be indoctrinated in neoliberal nonsense. These loans come with neo-colonial conditions, especially when it comes to SOEs. We know that the 9 billion loan to Eskom has nothing to do with stabilizing the electricity grid. It has everything to do with neo-colonialism and an attempt to take away our sovereignty. They want to tell us tomorrow that we cannot expropriate land without compensation, and we cannot nationalize mines, banks, and other strategic sectors because those with the capacity to generate electricity are threatening to switch off the lights. As the economic freedom fighters, we have always warned that the Finance Minister and the National Treasury are failing to table a practical and implementable plan to lead South Africa out of the current economic crisis. Perhaps we must all pay attention to the submission by the Parliamentary Budget Office because it looks like there is a sober and correct analysis. The National Treasury is failing to appreciate that their so-called consolidated budget, which is an austerity budget, is eroding social fabric and increasing the risks to societal stability. We still do not have a believable plan to create jobs. It is misguided to think that the private sector will create jobs. We still do not have a practical plan to stabilize supply of affordable and dependable electricity. Instead, the focus is on the privatization of Eskom, the purging of Black executives and suppliers, and giving the World Bank an unrestrained power over Eskom, including details of employees, contracts, strategies, and assets. We still do not have a plan to stabilize strategic SOEs. Besides giving them resources, there is no plan other than privatization. They have already privatized SAA and we're already suffering as the prices of flying are already increasing to unsustainable levels. Chairperson, this is what must happen going forward. We must reject the revised fiscal framework as Parliament. We must demand that the Finance Minister table a more practical mechanism to deal decisively with debt. We must demand a practical plan to stabilize electricity supply that does not include World Bank loans, independent power producers, or the purging of Black executives and suppliers. We must demand a more believable plan to rescue strategic SOEs, in particular Transnet and Denel. Lastly, it is disappointing that the MTBPS is tabled without a clear, practical, and believable plan to address the collapse of local government. So what this means is that more than 10 million indigent households will not get free basic services. These are the very same people who tomorrow will go to shops and take food without paying because they're hungry. And we will all pretend to be shocked. So therefore, Chairperson, the EFF rejects the revised fiscal framework tabled by the Finance Minister. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Nkosi Buthelezi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. On both sides of this House, many are aware of exactly how difficult it must have been for the Finance Minister to rise before millions of South Africans and admit the failings of his own party. As the IFP, we welcome interventions outlined by the Minister, albeit a little too late to expect total change when the very same organization at the helm of our government cannot seem to get its house in order. We are very much aware of how difficult it must have been to manage the ever-ballooning public sector wage bill, meeting demands of trade unions, ensuring that we keep debt under control and getting our state-owned entities to at least function. As many of them still continue to bleed funds from our fiscals, draining whatever reserves we might still have left for government. Honorable Chair, the IFP welcomes government commitment to boost infrastructure development over the medium term. We will support efforts with regards to better funding for healthcare, basic education, social services, and support for local government, which provide the most essential basic services to our people. While we also welcome the 12 months extension of social grant to assist the most vulnerable, it's imperative that we end the reliance of our people on social grants. This money could be used by government to assist the private sector to create millions of jobs, provide aid to small, medium-sized business, and in fact to support investment in agriculture, manufacturing, agri-cooperatives, and also assist our country's entrepreneurs. The IFP has always held the view that our people want to work. They do not want handouts from government. What they want is hand up from their government to assist them in skills development, training, and initiatives that will see lasting effects on their lives and that of their families. Honorable Chairperson, lifting families and generations out of poverty must become the national agenda of our government. South Africans, on the other hand, need to hear the truth. They deserve to be told the true state of our economy. We can't allow the status quo to remain as it is, while millions of our people are to enter in a period of rising inflation, whereby the cost of living is almost unbearable. We can't let this House to simply rubber stamp more plans and more promises of change that do not actually change the lives of our people. In this regard, the IFP applauds the Minister for being frank and honest for once. Minister Kodongwane openly admitted in his introductory remarks when delivering the policy statement that the capacity to run our state is weak. By extension, the minister admits that the ruling party itself is weak and therefore can no longer govern the government. We know this to be true when most of our SOEs are leaderless. We know this to be true when critical posts in departments are not filled. We know this to be true when most targets of departments are not met. Honorable Chair, South Africans are yearning for a better life that they were promised. But the hard pill to swallow is the fact that the ANC is no longer able to deliver the better tomorrow for our people. It can't. The ANC has failed people of this country. The one so-called people's movement have actually betrayed the same people. No amount of radical economic rhetoric will ever change the current lived reality. No amount of government hopeless plans will ever change the plight of our people. The only hope for a better and bright tomorrow is if we vote the ANC out of office. South Africans' problems are non-financial, Honorable Chairperson. Therefore, no amount of money will ever change that. The only thing to change is the redeem change. That is the only solution. So as the IFP, we support the report and lament that the ruling party should be kicked out of the office.
Thank you,
Honorable.
Thank you. Order, honorable members, order. Order. I now recognize honorable vessels.
It's
All the
unlike
honorable members would like to
IFP.
listen to honorable vessels.
Unlike IFP.
Order. Order.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. House Chair, government debt is out of control and unsustainable. The budget deficit will not improve due to the ever-increasing social needs of South Africans and the burden on government for such not lessening due to insufficient economic growth and job creation due to failed ANC policies. The little money there is still being wasted. Each year, the Auditor General's reports show that billions are lost on suppliers who are paid but do not deliver any goods. Hundreds of millions are lost due to incorrect payments to suppliers spent on overpriced goods and services. Paid by departments and entities in interest and penalties due to late payments to creditors. Millions paid to ghost workers. But yet you talk about fiscal discipline. No fiscal discipline. En dan bestee die regering van Noordwes net nou die dag 780.000 rand op wat? Donkiekarre. Hoe belaglik is dit? Terwyl die wanbestuur, blaatante diefstal, verkeerde prioriteite, ontoereikende dienslewering en infrastruktuur wat daagliks verval voortduur, gaan geen fiskale raamwerk die situasie waarin Suid-Afrika verkeer red nie en gaan die teikens om die regering se skuld minder te maak nie bereik word nie. We face an energy crisis, and then we hear today something extremely ludicrous, that expropriation without compensation, according to the EFF, will solve the energy crisis. How ludicrous is that? But on the other hand, we hear from the chairperson of the committee that it is uncalled for to ask for an end to triple BEE. What is uncalled for, Honorable Maswanganyi, is that that policy is not benefiting the majority of poor South Africans. It's
You have
benefiting
benefited before.
your friends. It's benefiting an elite, and it completely destroyed the economy. It completely destroyed entities. Wat julle asseblief vir julle vriende moet gaan vra, julle aan my regterkant, is hoe kry 'n mens dit reg om 'n miljard to steal 1 billion, om 'n miljard te steel in 'n dag se tyd? Op 'n slag. Hoe steel mens 'n miljard? Please go and ask your friends and come and tell me. I want to know. It's absolutely chaotic, the fact that you can't govern anything. Every state-owned entity is failed. Every state-owned entity completely collapsed. And then you stand here and talk about austerity, talk about the fact that you have fiscal discipline, the fact that you are a caring government. The ANC must be gotten rid of. We can't afford an ANC government anymore. The poor are getting poorer. The people are suffering due to insufficient service delivery, and it's you and your friends that are stealing the money of the poor. And that is why you have a budget deficit. Not the global economy, as the chairperson points out. It's not due to the global economy. It's due to your own failed governance. It's due to the fact that you have no consequence management and you let your cadres get away with stealing billions at a time. It's unacceptable. There's a skande. Julle moet julle skaam.
Thank you. With your friends.
I now recognize Honorable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the fiscal strategy is focused on reducing the fiscal risks in the short term, narrowing the budget deficit, and stabilizing debt, while proposing measures to enhance economic growth. Now, the ACDP questions whether the strategy is achievable, given severe challenges facing the nation. As we know, there's been a slowdown in global economic growth due to the COVID-19 pandemic, high inflation rates, and the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. In addition, the US and the UK are experiencing very high interest rates. Domestically, the nation, South Africa, is recovering from one of the world's hardest and longest COVID-19 lockdowns. Last year's unrest in KZN and Gauteng, the recent floods, and of course, ongoing power cuts. This compromises an already fragile and recovering economy. Now, domestically, and probably the most significant threat is unfunded spending pressures, such as the wage sector bill. On the positive side, the country's public finances are looking slightly better, largely as a result of higher than projected revenue collection, some 85.5 billion. But how is that going to be spent? That is where we need good stewardship of resources. We need servant leadership. The economic growth figure of 1.9% is nowhere near what is required to address high levels of unemployment and poverty. Some 8 million people remain unemployed in the country, and that, I'm sure you'll agree, is scandalous. Now, the ACDP has taken note of many of the recommendations in the report. We support the extension of the 350 Rand per month grant for another year to assist the poorest of the poor, given the high levels of unemployment. We share the concerns of the possible grey listing of South Africa by the FATF. This will have a severe impact on financial institutions and on the economy, and we trust that everything possible will be done to avoid this. Additional resources must be allocated to law enforcement agencies, and the late tabling of required amending legislation with far-reaching consequences has not helped matters. We are concerned about certain risks identified in the 2022 budget, and many of these have materialized, such as bailouts for SOEs, Denel, Senro, and Transnet. And we are concerned about corruption and theft running to hundreds of billions of rands, as indicated by the Zondo report, which appears to be ongoing. Thus, whilst public finances are looking slightly better, until corruption, particularly in the public procurement, is rooted out, the fiscal outlook remains under severe pressure. And it is regrettable that the much anticipated public procurement bill still has not been tabled. Let me emphasize again, what is needed is good stewardship of state resources and servant leadership. We look forward to the 2024 elections. The ACDP will not support this report, regrettably.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Nkwankwa.
House Chair, thank you very much. The UDM does not support the report. It is our considered view that the strategy of the ANC does not go far enough in adopting measures to enhance economic growth and to reignite an infrastructure-led growth in our country and to improve service delivery. In fact, one has to consider that public debt has risen sevenfold from 577 billion rands in 2007-2008 to over 4 trillion rands in 2022. And yet, we have not been able to make a dent in the unemployment rate, poverty, and levels of inequality in the country because of the leakages that are on the system, because of poor governance, corruption, and maladministration. In fact, having spent such a lot of money and having failed to do what the ANC was supposed to do is a damning indictment of the leadership of the African National Congress on this very important question. We do, however, support the stance that the government has taken not to use windfall to fund permanent spending increases, but to primarily address some of the critical challenges facing SOEs. We make this point mindful of the fact that the ANC has a tendency of just throwing money at the problem instead of addressing the underlying root causes, which have caused the SOEs to be in the mess that they are currently in. For instance, we are of the view that the government should seek to address governance challenges and only be able to work with SOEs that are central to the socio-economic objectives of the country instead of giving out money willy-nilly to all and sundry who request funding from government. We are also of the firm view that fiscal consolidation episodes of the past have not been assessed properly to check their effectiveness and whether or not they delivered the expected outcomes. Because from where we're sitting, they have resulted in inadequate spending on social security, especially, and infrastructure development programs, which, if left unchecked, has the ability or has the tendency to actually create instability and resentment among those who are supposed to be protected by the system. Instead of wasting money on bailing out SOEs that are not central and of a strategic nature, what should be happening is the government should be investing in programs that are going to uplift the poor, empower those who have been economically marginalized, and to ensure that people have a stake in the South African economy. The measures that have been undertaken and adopted so far aren't credible enough to deal with the triple challenges of unemployment, inequality, and poverty, as we know. We are not convinced, although we are not convinced.
Your time is up, Honorable Member Nkosi. I now recognize Member ATM. I now recognize Honorable Sheikh Imam. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. I'm with you. Thank you very much for that. I didn't think it was my turn yet. But let me start off by saying, Chairperson, year in and year out, we get commitments from National Treasury and government to address the challenges we face in the country. Our debt is rising. We are now gone to 4.7 trillion. If that is not enough, we are now taking another 151 billion. Let me repeat, 151 billion. Only about 3% of this 151 billion is coming in the form of grants. The rest are loans and things. So clearly it means that South Africa, something that we've been raising year in and year out, is far nearing a fiscal cliff, which will affect the sovereignty of the country. Now, look at the state-owned entities. When this government received SAA, it was functioning. It had a fleet of airplanes. It's now crumbled. Look at the post office, crumbled. Look at your infrastructure, crumbled. Look at the post offices, crumbled. Don't you think it is time to declare South Africa a failed state? Don't you think it's about time we admit that we failed and we need to change direction? Or do we need a Muammar Gaddafi in this country? Look at what he has given his people, how he's treated his people. And I think people in this country are dreaming that someday they'll have a Muammar Gaddafi who will come and change their life. But certainly in the direction we are going, we are not going to change the life of our people in this country. Let me give you a good example. The high unemployment rate that we have. Look at the mismatch with the poor quality of education that you have. There's a massive shortage of IT skills in this country. Yet the Department of Education and many schools are not even teaching mathematics anymore. Look at the dropout rate in schools alone. And yet we are talking about importing skills. Let's look at ESCOM for that matter. And yes, indeed, the requirement is going to be estimated to be 1.7 trillion with at least 10 years. So I'm not surprised when I just saw a report now from ESCOM talking about load shedding going to 2027. Yes, indeed, it's going to take you the best part of 10 years, 1.7 trillion. You're going to have to also import skills from outside of South Africa because we don't have the capacity. We talk about infrastructure. Every year, the president sings the same song. But this year alone, 2 billion rand underspending in infrastructure. And we're talking about economic growth in South Africa to spending money on infrastructure. And we think it is okay. So really, let's look at we are concentrating on local government. Look at the state of local government and the report from the Auditor General alone. Yet we are talking about allocating more money. Yes, rightfully so. But do we have the capacity to spend that money at local government level? No, we don't have it. Look at the state of the coalition governments there. Look at the looting and corruption that takes place there. Very little or nothing is being happening. Yes, I see again and again, we talk about the Russia-Ukraine war. Nobody is talking about the benefits that we are enjoying in this country.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I now recognize Honorable Jafta.
Thank you, Chair. The Standing Committee on Finance considered the 2022 revised fiscal framework and revenue proposals and accordingly adopted the framework. There are a number of developmental priorities that appear in the report which are consistent with our party's socio-economic template, such as the extension of the SDR grant and the investment in social infrastructure. While our debt to GDP ratio is likely to crowd out our spending in education and health, we note that government is committed to reprioritizing resources and injecting more money in social services. The rising ESCOM debt and the subsequent bailout pronounced by the minister in his MTBPS is a grave concern for us. While ESCOM is critical for our economy, we cannot but explore a viable and financially sound model for the utility company, such as listing ESCOM on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange in order to raise capital and improve its liquidity. There is also an urgent need to diversify our export commodity market. Given our subdued economy, we must begin to adopt a new import substitution strategy with the view to minimize our reliance on imported products. We recently studied the Singapore model of SOEs. We learned that all SOEs in Singapore are under the control of a holding company called Temasek, whose board is appointed by the president. Temasek is run like any other company, is able to raise its own capital, and is in fact staffed with professional staff. There is no cadre deployment. In closing, Honorable Chair, we must restate our long-held view that our country must be willing to adapt to global economic dynamics. There is therefore no time for policy rigidity and outdated nationalization policies. We therefore support the committee's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now recognize Honorable Member Cope. Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, our first concern should be, does the revised fiscal framework and revenue proposals alleviate the plight of the poor and the crisis facing workers in order to address the needs of the poor? We need to look at illicit financial flows. This IFF drains the domestic resources with harmful effects, which contribute to countries like South Africa's failure to provide efficient basic services such as water, electricity, and sewerage control because of illicit financial flows. Currently, South Africa still collects more revenue from pay as you earn than from corporate taxes. So systematically, the poor are paying more taxes than the rich. What is wrong with this portfolio committee? We lose an estimated 3.5 to 5 billion annually through illicit financial flows, capital flight. What is wrong with the minister? We recommend, Al-Jamaa recommends to narrow deficit and stabilize debt. We need to uphold the Addis Ababa Action Agenda of 2015, that is domestic resources mobilization, meaning drastically and urgently reduce illicit financial flows, capital flight by investing structure that curbs corporate tax evasion, profit shifting, and trade misinvoicing. Minister, are you going to put in place this fiscal infrastructure? And then we can support your report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Villas.
Thank you, Chair. Let's talk about potatoes. Everybody loves potatoes, and they are a true staple food and can be found in most households throughout the country. These wonderful vegetables are nutrient dense, with some varieties even having superfood status. Despite their popularity, unfortunately, the price of frozen potatoes has almost doubled from 16 Rand a kilogram to 30 Rand a kilogram. This comes at a time when food inflation and the rising cost of living is making it ever more difficult for South Africans to put food on the table. Restaurant and spaza shop owners are still struggling to survive after the devastation of COVID, and potatoes form an important part of most restaurant menus and spaza shop sales. Potatoes are an affordable way to put healthy carbohydrates on a family's table. That is why frozen potatoes have been given a 0 VAT rating, to make them easier to afford to the benefit of the poor. Sounds good, right? So why then has the price doubled in a year? Well, the answer is the ANC government has decided to institute anti-dumping duties on imported frozen potato chips, which basically means that the import of cheap frozen potatoes is discouraged and South African potato suppliers are protected. This practice promotes and protects big business at the expense of small business owners and normal South Africans, who now must pay almost double the price for potatoes because local potato suppliers are protected by the government. So in short, while potato suppliers continue to make government-protected profits, consumers pay the price of rising food costs. Chair, the DA has repeatedly asked the ANC government to expand the list of zero-rated food items to include chicken, beef, tinned beans, wheat flour, margarine, peanut butter, baby food, tea, coffee, and soup powder. This will help bring down the price of nutrition for families and help put healthy food on the table. The medium-term budget presented the perfect moment for the ANC to acknowledge the plight of the poor and add these items to the list of zero-rated food items. But instead, the minister has now doubled down on the current list and has refused to have our suggestion reviewed or implemented. So in conclusion, instead of expanding the list of zero-rated VAT items, the ANC is instituting anti-dumping duties on potatoes, which just drives the price up and up at the expense of the poor. It is a clear indication of an ANC government that just does not care, because they would rather protect big business than make food more affordable for the hungry and the poor. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Mabileza.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC during the budget debate stated that the country needs to build resilience to the economic challenges we face and the choices we have to make. It provides the people with the confidence and the quality of their lives is going to change for the better, and how the budget helps in this regard. Any fiscal policy and in subsequent revision each year needs to address growth and development in the first instance, and secondly, look after public finances in a manner that provides for sustainability and provides resilience. Certainly, fiscal policy and a very important part of shaping an economy over a period of time and provide support to how we use public finances. They are, however, not alone, but stand alongside other governing party economic policy positions, which are designed to address the needs of the people and outlined in the governing party manifesto and strategic framework. Besides the global economic storm that is gathering, we have a domestic socio-economic storm that public finances has to address, along with the intervention of government. Public finances has to address needs broadly and cannot be captured by that will end up saving the propertied class and wealthy. They too have to be set by public finances, but proportionality to the needs of the country, and that is where policy, a manifesto, and medium-term strategic framework must dominate and direct. So fiscal policy must respond to this and be appropriate to the needs of the nation. This year's revised fiscal framework reflects that the current fiscal policy, fiscal consolidation will be phased out in 2023-24, and we welcome this. Whilst it has served the purpose of narrowing the budget deficit since 2013, it has not served the purposes alongside sectoral economic strategies. and providing the necessary growth and development that is desperately needed. Economics is about choices and what informs these choices. And so we look forward to a new fiscal policy that will indeed bring the required growth and development we all need. As the ANC has repeatedly stated, dealing with the structure of the economy, the political economy is primary. It is the legacy of the structure of the economy that continues to reproduce unemployment and poverty, as well as determining why inequality continues to widen. The efforts in this regard to be supported, and going forward, more time given to how we build the demand economy as part of building economic inclusion across sectors, which in turn provides stimulus for growth. For the revised fiscal framework, National Treasury's medium-term fiscal strategy is focused on reducing the fiscal risks in the short term, narrowing the budget deficit and stabilizing debt, while proposing measures to enhance economic growth and restore funding for infrastructure and service delivery programs. The ANC, as a people's movement and governing party, are obliged to take seriously what was raised through the public participation process. The process was robust and there were agreements and disagreements, which when dealing with the political economy, one will anticipate and expect. The point is influence and who influences who and why in those interests. That is what we have to manage. Statutory bodies that made submission have mixed views on the revised fiscal framework and MTBPS. On the one hand, the dangers of expenditure pressures on the fiscal and sustainability of public finances, and how the extension of the social relief of distress grants for another year would create risk the fiscal framework, which includes the materialization of a higher than budgeted wage agreement, the financial support for strategic SOEs and the poor financial health of most SOEs, etc. On the other hand, the strategic goal of governments to reduce poverty, inequality, and unemployment, and that consolidation would constrain economic activity, erode the social fabric, and escalate risks to societal and economical stability. That ensuring resources for measure to transform the structure of the economy and to alleviate suffering associated extreme inequality, which is a constraint on economic growth and development. That the fiscal policy and the fiscal framework must consider current socio-economic conditions, including the extreme levels of structural unemployment, poverty, and investment, and that fiscal sustainability should not narrowly focus on achieving budget surpluses and reducing the government debt to GDP. As the ANC, we welcome these debates, and decision we take has to be taken on the balance and research evidence. The research and findings from the stakeholders were more critical on the revised fiscal framework. The session where National Treasury responded to the consent of all who contributed in the public hearings was very useful, but what it does mean going forward is that we need to put in place processes to deal with debate and views on the fiscal framework, spanning a period of the medium-term expenditure framework, so that we inform each better. The committee recommendation that the National Treasury should report to the committee the extent to which the previous adopted counter-clinical fiscal policy and fiscal consolidation have been effected in providing growth to the economy. Part of the ongoing engagement. The committee took this further in calling for far more effective coordination between the fiscal and monetary policies. And in doing this, the committee will engage with the sub and on-policy alternatives with the constitutional and legislative mandate of SA RD, which do not involve the aggressive hiking of the repo rate. I therefore say the ANC supports the revised fiscal framework and committee report.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Finance from the virtual platform. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable members, let me start with the fiscal strategy. Without repeating what you have said in the statement and in the speech, we made it absolutely clear that the fiscal strategy faces headwinds.
Honorable Minister, there's a point of order or suggestion here. 1 minute. Honorable Khatebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. If the minister's got a problem with his video, can it be closed down?
Okay.
Because she's just on the side.
No.
Okay.
If you may take that counsel, Honorable Minister.
Yes.
And honorable members, order, please.
I switched it off.
You may proceed, Honorable Minister.
Okay. We said in the fiscal strategy, there are headwinds, both global and domestic. We made that absolutely clear, we didn't hide. Some of which, if materialized, will have negative impact on the fiscal strategy. On the debt issues.
Honorable Minister, there's a point of order in the House.
Yes. Chairperson, on a point of order, it seems as though the problem is not only with the video, maybe the minister must mute his mic as well.
It's not a point of order, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
Okay. Okay.
Order, please. Order.
Okay. So they must not detract me from my thought process. As I've indicated, the headwinds are both domestic and global. If materialized, they'll have an implication for the fiscal strategy. We have said, insofar as in revenue overrun, our intention is to divide that, split that between debt service cost and meet some of the strategic objectives of the government. And therefore, there's been a major issue about rising debt. No economy is insulated from rising debt across the world as a result of COVID-19. Most economies are trying to grapple with that question and manage their debt downward. And we are no exception. And we've also made that absolutely clear that as we are focusing on debt reduction and revenue overruns, we're making a split between debt reduction and meeting some of these strategic objectives. What are those strategic objectives?
Honorable Minister, my apologies, there's another point of order in the House.
Sorry, House Chairperson, is it possible for the minister to speak slower? We can't hear you. Just a little bit slower, it's too fast.
No, Honorable Member, the Minister is noting that, but I think the Minister must just allow the Minister to proceed. Let's allow the Minister to proceed, Honorable Members. You may proceed, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much.
What are those strategic objectives? The strategic objective is to shift the composition of expenditure towards meeting basic needs and service delivery needs. What are the examples of that? In the current budget, as we speak, the police department is recruiting about 10,000 police. in the medium term, we'll be having about 15,000 police. We made provision for healthcare services, including the employment of professionals in that sector. A similar arrangement is made in education. We have increased the cost of the indigent basket for municipalities. All of those things are with the communities and their services. We've extended the SRD grant in order to deal with unemployment, in particular in this environment of rising cost. Added to that is a growth trajectory, which is underpinned by an increased infrastructure spending. All of those things are intended to meet these basic needs of the people. Of course, we've got to make choices, as Honorable De Villiers is not. We've got to make choices. Some of those choices, should we allow in the interest of cheaper consumer goods and at the expense of job losses? Those are from time to time. We've got to make choice whether we prevent workers that worked in the tomato business and in the potato business in South Africa and create jobs elsewhere by allowing more imports. Those are choices that are supposed to be made on a day-to-day basis. Insofar as it all is concerned, we've made absolutely clear in the speech that our focus, we're taking over the debt. We're taking over the debt. But two issues remain unresolved: the question of maintenance and the question of refunding those law-abiding citizens who have been paid. Somebody must pay for that, and the continued maintenance costs moving forward. Those are the details we're finalizing with the Department of Transport and the province of Gauteng. Let me turn to the procurement issues. Much has been said about the absence of BEE. And largely, one individual did not read the regulations properly, and everybody didn't use that tweet to conclude the same thing. A proper reading of the regulation, you see in the definition what are the specific goals. Those specific goals are clearly, we're saying, within the procurement processes, it must be within the regulatory framework. What does that regulatory framework say? That regulatory framework talks about the protection of those who have suffered unfair discrimination as a result of race, gender, and disability. It is clearly stated in the special goals set out in the regulations. The second element of that is the new procurement bill. The new procurement bill, as honorable members are aware, we went to NETLEC on the 6th of May for consultation as required by all the necessary processes of consultation in South Africa. We only came out of NETLEC on the 7th of October, out in 5 months. It's not our intention to delay the procurement bill. Having come out of that, there are other processes that have got to be done. First, we've got to get the state law advisors to give us the certificate. We've got to get the presidency in the form of the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation to give us a COQ economic impact. All of those things are taking their way, but we're quite confident that by the end of the fiscal year, we would have tabled the bill before Parliament. Let me conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The time is up.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Any objections? I recognize DA followed by FF Plus and ACDP.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the FF Plus.
Thank you.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Please note the objection of the EFF.
All the objections would be noted accordingly. The motion is agreed to. Honorable members, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.